on the GCN Radio Network. And now, live from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones.
Protester has phone stolen while live streaming. MSNBC anchor chased off by gunfire. Fox reporter in Ferguson attacked, camera stolen. I mean, you got demonstrators being robbed by thugs. It's just a free-for-all of criminal scumdom meant to demonize the First Amendment. That's why they're being protected.
Traffic is building rapidly downtown as citizens rush to get home.
They are starting to board the windows up. They are preparing for the worst.
Purging, we advise you to get off the streets. It'll soon be a war up there.
Immediately, if you are in the middle of the street, you are lawfully assembled. You will be subject to arrest. Do it now.
At the siren, all crime, including murder, will be legal. All emergency services will be suspended.
You know how dangerous it is. This won't bring him back. It won't make you feel any better. Don't do this.
It's late. It's late.
Your government thanks you for your participation.
We will continue to make sure this community is safe, the property is safe, and the rights and the freedoms that we have are maintained. But I can tell you the men and women of law enforcement did an outstanding job last night and showed a lot of courage.
They're arguing they did as good a job as they possibly could last night. Well, clearly it was not a very good job based on the results.
I think those people are in denial. It's just astonishing that the chief could sit there and say, I didn't think mistakes were made.
Welcome to the InfoWars Nightly News. I'm David Knight with Leanne McAdoo. This is the live edition of the Nightly News. And of course, it was 24 hours ago. We were awaiting the decision that was going to be released at 8 p.m. Central, right after dark, right as they typically had been having riots 3 months ago. Remember back in August, the riots began at dark. So when would you announce the decision when it's made around noon or 1 o'clock? Of course, you would want to do it as the riots are breaking out. And I guess as we saw that clip, Leanne, that was something Rob put together with the movie The Purge. That's what it reminded me of, was The Purge, where they essentially on one night they come back and everybody leaves and either barricades themselves in their houses or they are allowed to run riot in the street because that's a way to just let steam burn off. And we're told it's a good thing. Even the people who defend the looting say, yeah, they just have to burn off some steam because they're not being listened to. And yet in the movie, part of it was they knew this was going to happen in the minority communities, that it was going to be a way to cull the population. Well, what they called was a lot of minority businesses last night as they burned them down.
Absolutely, and we know that there were 700, National Guard there kind of giving backup to the police. So that the police
They were way back up. They were like out of the area back up.
Protecting certain suburbs, neighborhoods that they decided would be, worth protecting. But they all just fell back. And like we saw, there weren't actually any police there protecting the firefighters.
We've seen this before. We saw it 3 months ago that they would basically, they were criticized over and over again for backing out of the area, letting the looters do whatever they wanted to. And if anything, they would just protect the police department. That's what they did again after 3 months to go back and analyze this. When they make the same mistakes over and over and over again, even after people call them on it, don't you begin to feel like it's a deliberate process? Because this is not really, they're trying to give us a false dichotomy, I think. They're trying to tell us that this is Darren Wilson versus Michael Brown. So we can talk about which one of them is right, which one of them is a good guy, or it's white versus black, or it's GOP versus Democrat, or it's Fox News's narrative versus CNN's narrative. It's not really even about the cops versus the community, because the cops should be a part of the community. They don't want anything that's going to unite people. They want to try to divide us. They look at every single facet that they can get people to divide against each other. As people were starting to come together, notice this developing pattern across the country of uncontrolled, excessive police violence that is affecting a lot of people. It is disproportionate to the black community. It is disproportionate to homeless people, but it is affecting everybody. And rather than deal with that, they manipulated this to divide people once more along their little left-right paradigm or Democrat-Republican paradigm. I believe that this had a lot to do with the election, the amount of time that they drug this thing out.
Well, absolutely, and of course the timing with the amnesty announcement. I mean, that's not front page news anymore.
We don't hear any more about that.
Talking about
yep,
it, so
that completely drove it off. That's right.
All of it political.
Well, let's go to a report now. This is a compilation of what our reporters captured last night. This is a higher quality version than we were able to get live streaming. This was actually something that Jakari put together last night. What he and Joe saw, and we're going to be talking about what's going on there tonight. We'll be joining Jakari Jackson and Joe Biggs, who are still live in Ferguson. They'll give us an update on the situation. But let's go to that report summarizing everything from last night by Jakari Jackson.
Heard that there was multiple gunshots. There was at least 4 or 5, but it wasn't near us, so we're okay for the moment.
You know what that means? Hit him some more. Hit him some more. Get out there now and report that home. You know what them thumpers mean, don't you? Y'all understand that?
Yeah, it means we're about to get out here in the street.
Run out there and neck. I bet you won't run out there and neck. You need to exit the street immediately and stop throwing objects at law enforcement. Do it now or you will be subject to arrest. Disperse immediately and stop throwing objects at law enforcement. Do it now. You need to disperse immediately. If you are in the middle of the street, you are lawfully assembled, you will be subject to arrest. Do it now.
Man, shit, I'm turning up the damn shit. I ain't gonna do nothing. Get my gas mask on if you don't mind. So I just heard my third string of gunfire for the night. Sounded like 4 or 5 shots. I heard about 5, 6 earlier, then a single shot. So that's the third round that I've heard. I don't believe they are fired by the police. I'll leave it at that. The police are firing tear gas. I see guys with rubber bullets. I don't know if they've shot anybody with those as of yet. We're in front of the firehouse. I'm back up here and show you guys this broken window. This is the window that got busted immediately after the Darren Wilson verdict was announced here to the crowd.
So far, we have word that there's looting going on. Right now, we're on South Florissant Avenue. Also, people are running up the road away from the police now, but people have started mobilizing, getting in their cars, and moving to different areas. Hey, that's the car that's on fire.
This thing has been ran through. It's like August all over again. There's a huge plume of smoke. For once, it's not tear gas, it's actually smoke. Been looted. I personally have witnessed a McDonald's or seen the aftermath of a McDonald's and also a Boost Mobile store. I went in the Boost Mobile store a little bit earlier in the stream. It's even hard to breathe because out in front of the police station we were dealing with tear gas. Now we're dealing with smoke. And all the stuff that goes along with that. There's the officers in the MRAP.
You think I can cross the street?
Biggs, you want to cross the street? Okay, yeah. Go ahead, man. Rocco, be safe.
For those of you just joining us, this is not live footage. This is footage from last night. We're showing you a higher quality edited version of a lot of footage that was shot by reporters in Ferguson last night. So this is not tonight. This is what happened last night.
Known with robber's store, and as you can see, the firefighters had to pull out of here because they were having people shooting at them. They even left the fire hoses. That's how quick they left. Is this your store, sir?
Yeah. Yeah. What you guys doing? Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, guys.
You ready, man? What's up? You ready? See, youngsters, they burning up every store in this town.
U.S. Regal, subject hanging out the window shooting a rifle, driving up and down West Florida. White U.S. Regal.
I don't know if you guys just heard that. The radio dispatch said that somebody's riding up and down the street, shooting a rifle outside of a car. Wild stuff.
They are going to ramp up, and then tomorrow's just going to be an all-out. You know, today was just like a burning of the town. I mean, look at the distance, man. Everything is on fire. Look at that shot, man. I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com. This is the hours after the announcement that Darren Wilson was not going to be indicted. As you can see, buildings on West Florissant are just up in flames. There have been shots all night, just people shooting off guns from the crowd. I mean, from where I am right now, I can feel the heat coming from that building as it burns to the ground. This has been a crazy night. This far surpasses the chaos that happened in August. I mean, we've been hearing it in chants and stuff. We're going to burn this place down, but God almighty, I never thought it was going to happen. We're going to come back tomorrow and check it out so you can see the severity of the damage and what's been happening. You know, the National Guard is here. There's a bunch of Humvees over this way. I've seen almost 1,000 police officers on the ground, and we saw a large force in front of the police department earlier. But now, for some reason, in this area where, you know, it's hit the fan completely, the police force was much less in this area. And overall, this has just been a crazy experience, man. So continue watching our report. I'm Joe Biggs with Infowars.com.
Okay, that was a report, a compilation of what Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson shot last night in Ferguson. They're going to be joining us in a little bit live again, telling us what's going on there now. Again, that was a compilation footage. They were there for many, many hours last night, shooting and then later editing that. Some really remarkable footage, Leanne.
Absolutely. And it was just a few hours that all took place.
Yeah.
I mean, by the time we were, I guess we clocked out about midnight last night and things were still going on. But I mean, that escalated really quickly. Do you think they could have done something different?
Well, again, a lot of people questioned why the announcement at 8 o'clock. And again, one of the places where they had a lot of people who were tweeting about that, who lived in the area, who remembered what happened 3 months ago in August when they had the riots. This is from the Riverfront Times. After promises of advance notice, nighttime release of grand jury decision stuns St. Louis. And if you look at, if they can pull up this article and look at some of these tweets, first one says, who thought announcing the decision at night was a good thing? As they point out in this article, they say when the St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney's Office announced that he'd released the decision at 8 p.m., St. Louis balked. Why so late? Why release it at the time that protesters had typically started gathering in front of the Ferguson police station? And I think we need to make it clear, too, that so many news media are saying, look at the protesters' burns. And, quite frankly, these are very, very different types of people. People who are going to go out there and protest on a regular basis the injustices in the system for 3 months. These are people who are very patient. They're very quiet. They are identifying with the community. They're trying to do something. Whereas the looters are basically just opportunists who are going out there in kind of a snatch and grab thing. It is absolutely, totally different. It's a way of, again, moving people into these two different groups. One of the ways that they do this, of course, Leanne, is a technique they call kettling, where they control crowds, okay, by moving people into a particular area gradually, or as we saw with our crew in Dallas with the JFK Memorial, the 50th year memorial, they told everybody, come into this area, then they attacked everybody in that area. Or just a couple of days ago, as Joe Biggs told us, they told everybody, don't get into the street, you'll be arrested. Meanwhile, while they're staying on the sidewalk, they have a group of police go back behind them and start pushing them into the street. So they do things like that physically. Yeah, they try to physically control the crowd. They try to contain them into a group, surround them. That's called kettling. And you know what they're doing is they're trying to contain us by breaking us into individual groups and tribes, competing against each other so that we don't get any effective reform of the system. Even if they had found Darren Wilson innocent, would that have done anything if it was, or guilty, I should say, would that have done anything if they didn't have some kind of set reforms that they wanted? And I haven't seen any set demands from the protesters about what they would like to see happen in terms of reform.
Exactly, and it's not really going to change anything there if you just take down this one man and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and indict him, and you know, that's not going to change the whole system, which, you know, people are.
All right, now, what's up on here is this is a live shot right now from our reporters Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson. This is what's going on in Ferguson right now. It seems to be kind of quiet. I want to go to a clip. We have a short clip from the mayor yesterday talking about how his request for National Guard assistance was ignored. Let's play that clip now.
He, declared a state of emergency almost a week ago and mobilized the National Guard. And then they were kept away at the crucial time while Ferguson burned.
Why were they kept away?
Now, my question is...
Do you know that to be a fact?
Well, we know that they were kept away because they did not come in and stop that from the get-go. They were deployed at other parts of the St. Louis region. In the city of St. Louis, Mayor Slay had them at a couple of different, a couple of dozen different locations, I'm told, maybe other parts of St. Louis County. Why were they not in there at the first sign of an overturned police car or a smashed police car window with a show of force that would have stopped this? And here's my question that the governor must answer. Is the reason that the National Guard was not in there because the Obama administration and the Holder Justice Department leaned on you to keep them out? I cannot imagine any other reason why the governor who mobilized the National Guard would not have them in there to stop this before it started.
Good question. Did the Holder Department of Justice not want them in there? We've seen Eric Holder use Fast and Furious, for example. The New York Times broke that information, that they used Fast and Furious as a false flag to attack the Second Amendment. They have spoken often about how they want to create a crisis that they can then use. The response of many people, as we see now, as they break people into different groups, many people are now saying, well, we need more of this type of militarized equipment to deal with these kind of riots. So maybe all these MRAPs and the military training of the police is not a bad thing. That is the trap. That is the rope-a-dope trap.
Yeah, that's what I think this whole thing is, like the Ferguson psyop, because obviously you have the National Guard. He says we've sent them out to specific areas that we determined were worth protecting, basically, and then you just allow this whole area to just descend into chaos.
Yes.
And not even the firefighters. Exactly. That's where they're going to purge, and not even the firefighters were worth coming out there and protecting. And then we have, you know, we saw 3 months ago what happened when the National Guard was deployed, and that made the whole world come together and say, what is happening in America? That is a police state. And everyone was like, we've got to do something about this. This is wrong. Everyone started looking into the 1033 program. States everywhere were like, whoa, we didn't know that was what was going to happen if we gave all of our police this militarized equipment. So this time around, they have the National Guard stand down, allow all of the chaos and the looting and the shooting and the burning and everything to take place. And then now tonight, they're going to have the National Guard come out, and they'll be the heroes because they keep everything peaceful. But, you know, as you can see, when we have the live shot up, it seems like the peaceful protesters, once again, are out there, as they have been doing for 3 months, peacefully protesting and organizing. And, you know, I've heard other people mention this. I don't think it's the people of Ferguson burning down their own city. They're burning down their own businesses. They've been out there peacefully protesting. And when this was announced, when the decision was announced last night, you saw huge crowds of people disperse. A lot of them left. That's right. That's right. It took a while for the people to get in there and start burning things down. And
yeah, to reinforce this, again, we just saw the mayor of Ferguson asking why was the National Guard told to stand down last night after they had picked 8 o'clock right as early as they could after it was dark to release that decision. Of course, the Missouri Lieutenant Governor is also asking the same thing. Let's play that clip here. Oh, okay, you played both of those. Okay, all right.
It's
Okay, let's go to the mayor. Sorry.
Fortunately, I know I've been on the phone in contact with the county executive's office. I know he has requested. I am requesting. Have requested the National Guard troops to come out from the command post to help restore order along the business districts. We have not seen that. It's my understanding that the commanders out in the on the streets have requested this, and those calls have gone unheeded at this point. So at this point, unless we can get the current situation stabilized, right now it doesn't appear that there's any end in sight, and we need to have the governor step up, give us the resources that he's promised from the beginning. He stated that he would have a strong response, that the resources necessary would be provided. They have not been provided so far. We need that right now.
There we go. They're talking about how they need the National Guard. And of course, Leanne, this all begs the question as to could this have been brought down earlier? Now, of course, here in Austin, we had a shooting that a lot of people questioned. Again, it was a bank robbery. They were investigating the bank robbery. The bank was shut down. A black man shows up at the bank, and the police officer, I guess, shows his badge or does something that panics this guy, and he runs. Nobody understands to this day why he ran. The cop starts to chase him. He's being outrun. He commandeers a car. Anyway, he catches up to the fleeing man at a bridge, and as they go under the bridge, a struggle ensues, and the fleeing black man is shot in the back of the head. Now, they could have let him go, but I think it was very wise that the grand jury here in Austin indicted him so that they can have an open process to evaluate whether this is an excessive use of force. This is something that needs to be done in front of the people. And I think, going back to this, the reason that we're here isn't because they use the National Guard or they didn't use the National Guard. Certainly they have multiple times, they have alternated back and forth between provoking people by getting in their face, essentially beating their chest or their shields to kind of threaten people, or just completely pulling back. There's never anything in between, there's never a happy medium there. But before they get to that point, it's the system that people are really more concerned about than anything else. I think this case was a visceral case for people because they saw the body laying there for hours in the street, just laying there like a dead dog. They didn't do anything. And that really set people off. There's a pattern of this behavior that is going on across the country. It is disproportionately towards certain groups like homeless people, black people. So this is something where the system itself was really on trial. The system needed to show that it was operating honestly, above board. They needed to put their cards on the table. But instead, they chose to have a secretive grand jury trial and then release the results at the time that the riots have historically started, when people got frustrated.
And judging by the way that Brown's parents reacted and how the cameras were right there in their face catching their reaction, they weren't told ahead of time. I mean, how can you do that to a grieving family, to give them the news along with the rest of the world that this is what happened? I mean, and then the news cycle has been playing this on a loop, showing the stepfather's reaction, saying, burn it down, there while he's trying to console his wife who's passing out because she's so overcome. That's not fair. You can't judge how a person's emotions. They've been largely, constantly and consistently calling for peace. Let's do this the right way. And
this is essentially the system investigating itself and doing it secretly.
Right.
We have seen this in every aspect of government. Now, are these live shots that we're seeing right here, fellas? Okay. So this is live right now from Ferguson. Is Joe Biggs or Jakari Jackson ready to talk to us at this point, or are they just shooting a B-roll?
You're Joe Biggs?
Okay.
All right.
Biggs, I'm standing right outside of the police station in Ferguson, as well as the fire department. As you can see, they have a large National Guard presence. They are lined up with shields. There are a few police officers that have been out here coordinating with the National Guard. Most are inside. They just went through a change and rotated out new National Guard people to take spots, and I guess they're going to rotate every so often. A large crowd of people over here just went up to the barricades, and as you can see, they began to add these concrete barriers around the perimeter as well. So they've definitely taken a little bit more precaution. You know, like last night, you know, as the buildings were burning down, everyone's sitting there looking like, all right, where's the National Guard? We thought they were going to be here. There were nowhere to be seen except for on the very outskirt of the area where all the action was going, just like all the mainstream media, for the most part, all, you know, hunkered down, being surrounded by Humvees and their comfortable little RVs. You know, meanwhile, Jakari and I are out here getting shot at all night for 5-6 hours. I mean, it was intense.
Yeah, that was intense video footage that you had too. I hear a lot of people screaming. Tell us, we just hear shouting in the background. I guess there's a lot of anger that's being shouted at City Hall. You're there at City Hall or the police department?
We are at the police department and fire department here on South Florissant.
And what are they calling for now? What are the...
Still justice. Everyone's still screaming, you know, if we don't get justice, burn it down. If we don't get justice, shut it down. So that's going to continue. The road is now starting to get blocked. I'm going to flip the camera around so you guys can see what is going on right here.
And I'm curious, have you spoken with any of the protesters that are there today to differentiate between the protesters and the looters?
Well, this is the thing. If you remember watching the footage live last night, as soon as they announced there was no indictment, you saw people run from the scene. Those were the peaceful people who wanted nothing to do with what they had a feeling was going to happen afterwards.
Right.
Those took off. Anyone who stayed behind at that point was up to no good or just wanted to be part of something and, you know, take pictures and film. You know, now we have the people rushing up here to the barricade, screaming, saying they want Darren Wilson. People are standing up on the barricade now. You know, the scary thing is, though, is you got these National Guard guys who really don't have a lot of training, like your regular military or anything like that. And that for me is the scariest part, because I don't know how they're going to react.
Yeah.
When it hits the fan. You know, we've seen how these guys have been deployed to things like this as well in the past, and, you know, it ends up with a lot of shootings.
Right. Well, they're trained to kill now if they feel threatened. And I mean, this whole scenario could be called threatening to, you know, everyone could feel like their life could be threatened.
Yeah.
One of the horrible things I witnessed last night was when we pulled up to West Florissant Avenue. Jakari Jackson and I had some reporter that was about to get mugged. We threw him in our vehicle, and we were driving out there to see what was going on. And we could see all the buildings burning, and it was just, there's no words that can explain when you look out and you just see an entire town in flames. And then walking out there and watching these firefighters, you know, doing everything they can to save those businesses for those people who work hard every day to have those businesses, to be able to provide for the people in the community. And they started getting shot at, and they had to pull back. They were told to leave. I mean, and there was no police there in any mass number to help. There were a few officers at the very end of the street down that way.
Joe, today there was a press conference with the Unified Command, and they asked, a reporter asked that question and said, why wasn't there police protection? They said, isn't it standard procedure for the police to go in and to secure an area for the fire department? Why didn't that happen here? And essentially what the chief of police said was, well, they just got there too quickly. And they said, and then we kind of assessed the situation and felt like we didn't want to go there.
Next door.
What's that?
So they're in the building next door. Look, here's the fire department.
Yeah. Exactly. But basically he said, you know, we looked at it and we decided that we didn't want to go there for a while, and so the fire department left. But he basically says, yeah, that's standard operating procedure, but we didn't do that. They got there first after they started taking fire. We didn't want to go there. So, I mean, that's basically what he said. And as you mentioned last night, as it was happening,
look at that.
The tears in the eyes of the fireman who is upset that he has to leave, that they can't put that fire out, is a very, very distressing thing, because, you know, we haven't had but one person, I should say, die, a loss of life, but we've had a lot of people lose their livelihood. A lot of people have built these businesses. They're small businessmen, and the people who work for them may wind up losing their jobs. If that's their only store location, while they're waiting to get that rebuilt, while they're waiting for funds from the insurance company, they're not going to have any income, and neither are their employees. It's not like it's McDonald's or Walmart where they've got hundreds or thousands of stores that they can sustain that store's operation, you know, rebuild and not be out of business. A lot of these people are not going to be able to make it back.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, the fire truck, it had pulled up right in front of the Sam's Meat Market, and they were trying to unload more hose to help out the firefighters who were already there on the scene. They had their chainsaws out. They were trying to cut through the doors to get in there to start putting out fire in the back end of the building. And as the fire truck pulled up on the side of the road right there in front of the Sam's Meat Market, you just started hearing fire. I mean, we just heard clip after clip get emptied. And, you know, they jumped out and they said, everyone pull out, everyone pull out. And I was standing there watching them. You could just see the looks on their faces. They were just so disappointed by just the reactions of the people that were there, and knowing that the community is going to suffer and nothing good's going to come from burning the place down. And you could just see that they really cared and they wanted to help out. And it didn't work out that way. They didn't have any protection whatsoever.
We had an interesting call today on the Alex Jones show. We had a man call in. Guys, do we have that call that we can play, or do we have that in the hopper? We do have it. Okay. What he was saying basically, Joe, was he said that when those videos that we saw of the firemen trying to get through that door, cutting that door open, he said the only reason they would do that is because they're trying to get ahead of the fire. And he said they wouldn't do that if it was some kind of a matchstick building or it had a lot of volatile stuff in it, that they would have known ahead of time what was in various buildings, what their basic construction was made of, so they would have some idea about how fast the fire was going to go. So they were totally surprised that the fire had gotten ahead of him, which he said made him believe that it was arson, and that perhaps the people who were taking pot shots at them were the people who had set the fire.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, like I said, by the time we got there, the fires were already ignited, and, you know, the fire, you could tell, was deep within the building, so it couldn't have happened from just simply a Molotov cocktail being thrown through a window or something like that. That was deep inside the building. All the fires, you could tell, because the smoke was billowing out, and you could see the roofs were so hot in the middle of the building when you got to a vantage point that the fires had to have been started in the middle of those buildings. So it's definitely interesting to see what happened. You know, last night as we were leaving after we finally cut the feed loose, the transformers at that building beside the McDonald's just started exploding.
That was in part of that. We saw at least a clip of one transformer popping in the compilation that we showed at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, all I can think is that movie, what is that movie called? One of the movies where everyone dies from really weird stuff. And I grabbed the car and I was like, let's go, let's go, let's go. And all I could see was that electric cord just whipping around, the power cord flipping. And I almost had a panic attack right there. I was like, you know, to make it through this entire night and then have a live power cord hit us, that would just be something else.
Do we have that clip lined up, guys, of the fire chief who called in? Yeah. Let's go to that clip. Listen to this, Joe, and this is what the caller today said.
As you can see, buildings on West Florissant.
Ken, tell me what you think of our coverage so far, then give us your perspectives on what you saw. And it sounded like you were hinting that footage you saw that we put out where they're trying to get ahead of the fire and block it, but that it was moving so quickly. Were you hinting at the fact that these arsonists look like they have sophisticated training, or what were you getting at?
Yes, I'm hitting. Let's for credibility's sake, let me clarify now. I was law enforcement. I was a security officer. We get police training, and we're sworn law enforcement for the state. I was not a regular police officer, though I was a beat cop on the accounts. I had to do police work.
Sure, I understand. You had just said you carried a badge and gun, and you were talking about being a firefighter. But just getting that out of the way, go ahead.
The footage has been great. Initially, I want to point out that those officers, when the first shots were fired, which probably were an agent provocateur, when Joe and Jakari were right there at the police station, those officers started backing down, and I posted, watch out, because they're backing down to play the victim here so that they can justify a brutal response. And then a few minutes later, we see them moving down the street. For the record, when they closed off those streets with cars that Joe and Jakari reported, that made the streets were all then public walkways. Once they blocked those streets to car traffic, it was walkways. They then marched on the people and tear gassed the crowd, which led to, forcing the crowd into a violent response. And then all of a sudden we find about the fires. And that's the problem. A building that large down the street, that far away, it takes time to burn a building like that. Like the nail place has highly flammable chemicals in it. It could burn, but even that place, it takes a few minutes to get the fire going to a point that it roars like that.
With the major building, you have to question the timing. I've responded to fires after a half hour when we get there in time to save a small building. I mean, I'm talking about a house, not even a major warehouse. So unless that insulation was in there, those guys pre-planned their buildings. So if there was something dangerous in there and they thought it was going to burn quickly and collapse, like the major fire that happened in Georgetown, South Carolina recently, where our firefighters didn't go in because they knew ahead of time, don't go in. If it catches fire, surround and drown. With this, they did a surround and drown on the front, but they began cutting in, breaching as though they could get ahead of the fire. So they were not anticipating that fire could sweep that entire building the way it did. So and the other thing is, Alex, we always teach, watch the crowd in a potential arson situation. Now, we know this is arson, whether or not it's an agent provocateur, whether it's not, whether it's outside, whether it's Delta Force, black helicopters, I don't care. Whoever burned it, did it, it was arson. That meant that they would be watching, and the second thing is, if it was some sort of agent provocateur, they would then be the ones firing on the fire department. Immediately, the police should have gone ahead and circled and given them shielding, and then looked for where those shots are being fired, because that's your prime suspect in the arson case, because they don't want the fire to go out. The firefighters were concerned that if they didn't contain it in that building, it could spread to the surrounding community, literally burning down the city. And so they weren't going to give up. But that's what begs the question, is how buildings like these burn that fast, because it takes planning, to make sure a building goes up in flames. I've seen a building.
So, Joe, can you hear what he's saying there? He's saying that not only did the police not offer any support to the firemen, so they had to leave and couldn't protect it, couldn't surround it and drown it, as he puts it, to keep it from spreading, but also the shooters would have been the prime suspects in a situation like that, because the arsonists always return to the scene of the crime. So for yet another reason, it seems like the police department should have gone to the scene, yet they were AWOL.
Yeah, it was very suspicious. I don't know if you can see this. It's really dark. I don't have a light.
Mm-hmm.
But there's already a light pole that's been ripped down out of the ground. It's really hard to see. The light's really bad right here, but it's been ripped up out of the ground. Looks like there's a large police presence down here with the vehicles. So we're kind of walking down here to see what's going on. I know that there is a lot more there's a lot more protection this time on the road today.
Yeah.
And on the roofs, I don't foresee anybody looting anything out here. And if it does, quite honestly, from the information I know, I feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out here with eyes, and a lot of people out here on watching out, making sure that everything's going to be fine, and protecting the neighborhood. And
well, and of course, always looting and arson are things that people get shot for. And that's a rule of engagement that I don't have a problem with. I have a problem with people who are unarmed and are 50 yards away from the police, and they essentially turn into a firing squad. But when people are looting and burning houses, that is a real serious threat.
Well, in the state of Missouri, you're allowed to use force, firepower against anyone who intends to burn down a building or use like a Molotov cocktail. So there are people here. They know the law, and they're exercising those rights, and tonight it should be a different story. But, at the same time, it's still early, and the bad people will come out. It's all the peaceful people here that actually live in the community, who care about the community and what happens to it, that are out here right now just trying to exercise their First Amendment rights and have their voices be heard. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like I heard on a report last night when I got home, not everyone's going to take this news the same way. Some people are going to be happy with the fact that there was no indictment. Some people are going to be angry. Everyone's going to take the news a different way. And you can tell that the people that really want to use this as a way to just take advantage of the situation, they come out here later on. And
well, we're talking about the difference between protesters in terms of the character of the people, what motivates them, the way they react, what they identify with. The protesters are community-oriented, whereas these criminals who are out there looting and rioting, they're essentially just in it for themselves. They're taking advantage of other people. There's a time to use the First Amendment, and there's a time to use the Second Amendment. And unfortunately, some of the people who got so severely burned last night in terms of having their businesses destroyed, they did not stand by and protect their businesses last night. They believed that if they put signs up showing that they were in agreement with the community, that they agreed that there was excessive use of force, that they would be left alone, but they didn't count on the fact that these protesters are very different from these rioters that are out there. It was the rioters who burned down their houses, not the protesters. They didn't realize that. They weren't there to protect their property, unfortunately.
Yes, that's exactly it. And one of the interesting things that we saw today as well, that a lot of the buildings that were broken into because they put their trust in the protesters in the neighborhood that nothing would happen. You know, they showed up today and we saw people sweeping up, and everyone was rushing to board up their businesses as quickly as possible, just because after last night's activities, I mean, you couldn't blame them. Everything that happened last night was just total, utter chaos. And I mean, it spiraled out of control, like Leanne said, so quickly that, I mean, I didn't even know how to react at first. I was like, wow, this really got out of hand quick.
You know, I think we need to try to make sure that there's a discussion that doesn't get so tied up and focused on the details that we can't see the big picture. And I think part of the big picture is looking at how do we protect ourselves. You know, there's times when we need to take the initiative to protect ourselves, to stand by our homes, to stand by our business. A lot of people got that message. It was gun sales were up several hundred%. A large percentage of that was, the predominant percentage of that was first-time gun owners, but there were even some communities where they went out and hired private contractors to protect their neighborhoods, because and people need to understand there's a big difference between security guards and police, because the police are oriented towards enforcing government policy. They see themselves as working strictly for the government. And when they put to serve and protect on their cars, they mean to serve and protect the government, not the public. The police departments especially are not accountable to the community directly. Sheriff's departments, at least the sheriff has to stand for election, but they're not directly accountable to the people in the police department. The police commissioner serves at the pleasure of the mayor or the town council or however it's structured, but he is part of the city government. He is not directly accountable in any way, shape, or form to the people.
Joe, I'm really curious, have you spoken with anyone there today? What's the overall mood of the community? Obviously, they had the grand jury decision, then they wake up today, and their community is burnt down. Then Darren Wilson speaks out for the first time on ABC News and gets to say, you know, his piece, and he basically says that he was just doing what he was trained to do. His official statement mentioned nothing about Michael Brown or his family. So just what's it like there? I mean, I know you've been kind of embedded with these protesters there. What are their reaction? Having some technical
difficulties. I think we've lost.
There it goes. No, there it goes. Sorry, it cut out for a second. Oh, well, it was pretty crazy when we got out there this morning. You could just see everyone out there. Like I said, everyone drove out to West Florissant because, you know, most people stayed at home. All the peaceful people that really didn't want to be out in the chaos, they stayed at home and watched their town burn to the ground last night. And everyone came out to try to get a glimpse. And I would say for maybe 5-6 blocks of West Florissant, it was all blocked off. You could only get a couple sneak peeks. That's why we were only able to get a few shots today when we did the radio show earlier. They had that area completely backed off, roped off, and there was just smoke coming from all the buildings. And you could just see people coming out in just amazement at the fact that someone could do that someone would actually come out and destroy a town where there's thriving people just trying to live their lives and do the best they can to provide for their families. And there's a lot of people, like you said, that just aren't going to be able to do that anymore. And there's a lot of people who are angry about that. But, you know, Al Sharpton said some very interesting things today that I don't think helped out at all. The president said some stuff today that I don't think helped out the situation at all. You know, now we have the footage about Michael Brown's stepfather that came out. That definitely did not help the situation out at all. So there's a lot of mixed emotions. You know, a lot of people that live in the area. Hey, Chikari, watch out, car coming.
Joe, tell us what Al Sharpton said today that you think was unhelpful.
Oh, he said something about how it was going to, something about round 2.
Oh, okay.
He said something about, oh, they got us last night, but we're going to come out. We're going to come out for round 2. And
he wasn't out there for round 1, or?
Well, when we talk about agent provocateurs, we talk about counterintelligence operatives. We all need to remember that Al Sharpton was for many, many years an FBI informant while he was pretending to be otherwise. And quite frankly, I think, again, there's a lot of fingerprints on this that make this look like this was engineered for political purposes.
I mean, look at the timing. You know, we got the heads up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon that, hey, the grand jury's come to the decision whether or not, or I mean, on their decision if they're going to indict or not. Why couldn't they release that information like an hour later? I understand that someone's got to prepare a speech. Yeah, I got it. But still, just come out and rip the Band-Aid off quickly instead of sitting here and letting this fester up so much until the darkness of night when all the bad people are going to come out.
Here's some of the tweets that came out from a local St. Louis newspaper. They had people tweeting about the idiotic way that this was released. They said, here's one of the tweets. Please, this is the police in August. They say, please don't protest at night. Then you have the police in November. Let's announce the decision at 8 p.m. Then they have another one. After much to prepare, McCullough's decision to release the verdict at night without consulting law enforcement was beyond irresponsible, and so forth. I mean, this is, I think, deliberate. They wanted to have a crisis. They want to make the case for the further militarization of the police, to get people to beg, and we're hearing a lot of people saying this. Oh, yeah, we need more police protection. And I think that's why we need to have a step back, and we need to say, are the police doing the job that we want them to do? What is their mission? Can we reassess what their mission is? Can we talk about what the rules of engagement are? Because a lot of the same people that are in the police now would be in a different kind of structure with different rules of engagement, with a different mission, perhaps. I don't think that we're talking about these people as being bad. They're in a system that is bad. They're in a system that is pushing them into a confrontation to view themselves as being in a wartime zone, talking about them, other people and the public, not as members of the same community that they're in, but the rest of the public is called civilians. They think of themselves as in a war zone, and the people that they're at war with are the people that supposedly they're supposed to protect. Everything has gotten so twisted out of shape, and we can't pull back and separate ourselves from these two individuals here, this Darren Wilson and Michael Brown.
Right.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was just walking by the spot where the police car, you guys saw the footage where the police car was burnt to the ground, and I just took a couple of pictures. The pavement is just melted. I mean, that's some intense heat. And here's the Quiznos were out last night. If you guys remember watching this live, that the windows were busted out. It looks like they've come in and
boarded it up.
Stuff up, boarded everything up. This Mexican restaurant is completely boarded everything up now. A lot of people coming out the second and deciding to take some defensive measures and board things up. I just can't believe that with all this hype, like you heard on Twitter, on social media, that people were actually going to burn this place down.
Yeah.
I mean, if I owned a business out here, I would have not taken any chances. I would have boarded this place up. And you can tell all the ones who put trust really lost a lot. Only a few were spared. The Florissant, or what was it, the Ferguson burger joint, that place was left unarmed, but they also stayed in there all night and watched the crowd. So I think that kind of kept people from...
All right, that's a CS canister right there that you're holding. Who's holding that, Jakari?
Sorry?
Yeah, that's probably Jakari.
Yeah. Okay, that's one of the tear gas canisters. They were saying last night, of course, that they weren't shooting tear gas. They were shooting smoke, and then footage surfaced of CNN, I think it was, Cuomo getting run out, in tears from the tear gas. Here's some other tweets from last night questioning what the police were doing. Here's one says, I think Ferguson...
I'm curious.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Joe, you're cutting out there.
Hang on, Joe. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm quite curious.
We're losing.
I'm quite curious as to who told CNN and who told Fox there was no tear gas used, because clearly the chief came out and said we used tear gas last night.
Yeah.
So I just don't know what they do. Like, what is their job? Just to misinform everyone all the time?
Well,
I mean, it's got to take a special kind of somebody to just blatantly lie to people like that. I mean, it's just I just don't understand it.
It was almost perfectly timed, because as you're watching on television, the anchors, trying to put the reporters out there trying to put their gas masks on and choking from the smoke. It was actually I believe the police department that tweeted it out one of the police departments there tweeted out, "We are only using smoke on protesters," and it's like it was like someone was sitting there tweeting it as they threw it, because they tweeted it at the exact moment that someone's like.
Let me read a couple of these tweets. Talking about tweets again, talking about this decision to release the grand jury's decision at 8 o'clock. I think Ferguson prosecutor released the decision at night to inflame the crowds so their behavior would become the story and not the decision.
Exactly.
Another one says, pretty calm in Ferguson in the daylight at the moment. Makes the decision to announce the verdict late at night all the more perplexing. So forth. So that's the kind of things that people were saying yesterday. Everybody knew that this is where it was going. If we go back to the very beginning of this incident, we heard the hands up, don't shoot narrative. That was allowed, that version of the story was allowed to run for days, couple of weeks actually, before they started to put out some information saying, no, there was actually a struggle at the police car, and this happened and that happened. They allowed that other story to get out there and burn up the feelings, set the feelings afire of the people there in the community before they started introducing evidence that might be exculpatory, causing a lot of people, given the history that we have of the government not doing a very good job of investigating itself over and over again, causing a lot of people to question what was true. A lot of people didn't believe it, even if it was true, because of the way they handled the information. Again, we see this over and over and over again in government dealings where they cannot honestly investigate themselves. They do hearings in secret. They release contradictory versions of what's going on. And we saw all of this happening in Ferguson.
Right, and it works for them because they can, you know, where the whole world is working together and working for the end of this militarized police state, because they can, you know, anyone who has their right mind and knows the difference between right and wrong is going to say, well, that's wrong. You can't just kill an innocent person that has their hands up. But then they almost flipped it overnight to where then everyone says, oh, well, the facts are in, and here's this, and he punched him, and he did this. And I mean, you look at the guy's injuries, and it almost looks like he has like a shaving rash or something. So, you know, it's just, they do this to instantly sort of turn people against each other. So basically, they can go with this narrative of, you know, why are these people rioting over some thug? They're dangerous and irrational. What are they even thinking?
And that's why I say we have to not fall into that trap of Darren Wilson versus Michael Brown, white versus black. This is a much larger problem. It is, we see this happening all over the country. And again, just this last weekend, there was an officer, a couple of officers, a rookie and another, who were doing a patrol of a project building in New York. They were walking up and they were doing top to bottom on the stairwell. And a black man, and his girlfriend, who had given up waiting for the elevator, came into the stairwell. And the officer, the rookie officer, had his gun drawn, and without any warning, he just shot the man in the chest and killed him. Now, they have ruled that it is a homicide, which looks as though they may be moving forward with a prosecution. And I frankly don't think in this climate they can afford to do otherwise. Although I don't think if some of this stuff hadn't happened, I don't know that they would have done the right thing, because we had the New York City police commissioner just accused in the last couple of months by an analyst that worked for the town council of fudging the data, we should say groobering the data, about excessive use of police force. They tried to fudge the data, twist it, torture it to get the results that they wanted. They were being dishonest with it. This policy analyst pushed back against it. He couldn't get anything done internally, so he went to his friends in the press. They then fired him, and then he filed suit this last weekend, just as this shooting exemplifying the excessive use of force happened this weekend. Now, yesterday, some protesters threw blood on the police commissioner. Interesting pictures of that, if you guys pull that up. In the aftermath of it, he looks a bit like Mikhail Gorbachev with the blood on his forehead.
Birthmark.
Yeah. But anyway, that's a protest. That's a protest. So, yeah, let's go to, let's quickly, hang on there, Joe. We're going to go to Watson's report, because we played a couple reports of a lot of officials, the mayor, the lieutenant governor, questioning why the National Guard was pulled away. And now we have a report from Watson talking about how Obama ordered the stand down. Let's go to that.
Did the Obama administration order the National Guard to stand down during last night's chaos in Ferguson, Missouri? That's the question being asked by Missouri's Lieutenant Governor, Peter Kinder.
He, declared a state of emergency almost a week ago and mobilized the National Guard. And then they were kept away at the crucial time while Ferguson burned.
Why were they kept away?
Now, my question is...
Do you know that to be a fact?
Well, we know that they were kept away because they did not come in and stop that from the get-go. They were deployed at other parts of the St. Louis region. In the city of St. Louis, Mayor, a couple of dozen different locations, I'm told, maybe other parts of St. Louis County. Why were they not in there at the first sign of an overturned police car or a smashed police car window with a show of force that would have stopped this? And here's my question that the governor must answer. Is the reason that the National Guard was not in there because the Obama administration and the Holder Justice Department leaned on you to keep them out? I cannot imagine any other reason why the governor who mobilized the National Guard would not have them in there to stop this before it started.
Ferguson Mayor James Knowles also told Fox 2 last night that his requests for National Guard assistance as stores were being looted and burned to the ground were ignored.
Unfortunately, I know I've been on the phone in contact with the county executive's office. I know he has requested, have requested the National Guard troops to come out from the command post to help restore order along the business districts. We have not seen that. It's my understanding that the commanders out on the streets have requested this, and those calls have gone unheeded at this point. So at this point, unless we can get the current situation stabilized, right now it doesn't appear that there's any end in sight, and we need to have the governor step up, give us the resources that he's promised from the beginning. He stated that he would have a strong response, that the resources necessary would be provided. They have not been provided so far. We need that right now.
Why did the police and National Guard fail to protect businesses and stores that were known to be targets, having been looted back in August during the first wave of riots, such as Ferguson Market and Liqueur, which again was looted last night? And again, why did the rioters target black-owned businesses such as Juanita's Fashion R Boutique, the largest boutique in St. Louis, which was located on West Florissant? Why did they target this poor woman's cake shop? Were they attempting to get justice for Mike Brown by burning down and looting businesses owned by black people? Did these two individuals think that the best way to get justice for Michael Brown was to steal the biggest TV they could find from a local rental store? But again, the major question being asked now in Ferguson, did the Obama administration give a stand-down order in an attempt, in their eyes, to prevent an escalation of violence in Ferguson, which actually only ended up provoking more unrest, which is worse than the worst night of rioting back in August, according to police? Here we see the National Guard stationed outside a shopping mall in Ferguson. Again, they were nowhere to be seen along West Florissant or any of the other areas where a dozen buildings were burned to the ground. Dozens of cars were set ablaze and many businesses were looted. No National Guard presence, no real police presence in the very areas where the unrest was most visible. So did the Obama administration order the National Guard to stand down in a misguided attempt to prevent an escalation of violence, a botched decision which only led to more unrest, looting, arson, and violence? And should Governor Jay Nixon now be forced to resign, as one former Ferguson mayor is calling for, as a result of his inaction during last night's civil unrest and rioting? Let me know what you think in the comments below. This is Paul Joseph Watson reporting for Infowars.com.
All right, welcome back. This is the live edition of the InfoWars Nightly News. Now, if you're watching this streaming on YouTube, please remember to subscribe to our channel. And when we're talking about subscriptions, we have a free newsletter that is available on our website. If you go to the homepage, you'll see that in a box on the right. That's going to have special reports that you won't see on our website, things that you won't even see on our nightly news. You'll get that in that free newsletter. And this week, if you're thinking of trying out some of the InfoWarsLife.com products, we're going to be having some specials that those who are subscribing to the newsletter will get 24 hours advance notice, even more notice than they gave people about the release of the indictment. So that's something, you might want to check that out. Again, that's our InfoWars, it's the InfoWars Insider, and that's on our homepage over on the right. That's a free newsletter. And again, don't forget to subscribe on YouTube if you're not a subscriber. And if you're not a subscriber to Prison Planet TV, that helps to support our operation. You can share that subscription now with 20 other people to watch our broadcasts live every night. For these live editions and these special editions with things going on with Ferguson, we've done it in the past with the live election coverage. We will put it out occasionally for free on the YouTube stream. But of course, we're here every night at 7 o'clock with the InfoWars Nightly News, and you can watch that as it happens if you're a subscriber to Prison Planet TV, and you can support our operation. You will also have access, and all of your friends, your 20 friends that you give your password to, you'll have access to all of Alex Jones's documentaries as well as a Prison Planet TV subscriber. Well, Leanne, when I look at this, I think one of the saddest things that we see, besides the loss of life with Michael Brown, the person who died last night, the loss of livelihoods as we've seen these businesses go down, the saddest thing that I see in this is that, again, we've been broken into this false dichotomy, this thesis and antithesis. There's not any sense that I see coming out of the protesters there of a clear set of demands of what they want. And I think that's very different from what I saw at the Bundy Ranch. I think one of the things that was really wise was that Cliven Bundy came out with a list of concrete demands. Now, they didn't meet them. They didn't meet all of them. They did meet the demand of giving back the cattle, but his first demands were focused on the fact that they were violently encountering people in the community, that they were shutting off public lands, lands that people in that area had had access to for generations, since before it was a state, when people first settled that area, the ancestors of the people who were there. So they were concerned about that. They wanted those barricades taken down. They wanted people to have access to the public lands as they had always had access to it. They wanted the arms taken away from the Bureau of Land Management. He made those demands. He made them to the sheriff. He said to the sheriff, you as the chief law enforcement agent here, you have authority. These people from the federal government, this bureaucracy, the BLM, does not have legitimate authority here. So I want you to assume your proper legal mantle. I want you to take the arms away from these people. I want you to open up these areas to the people, and I want my cattle back. Now, he didn't say that he wanted his cattle back until he gave them those demands and gave them a timeline, and they didn't meet that deadline that he gave them, so he says, let's go get our cattle back. You have to have some concrete demands. They need to say, this is what we want to be the mission of our police. These are the rules of engagement that we want. It's not enough to stand out there and say, we're upset about the way we're treated. We want to be treated better.
David, speaking of engagement,
and now
looks like the cops have just gone into the crowd.
Okay, there we go. Now it's starting to, they're starting to mix it up, it looks like. The cops are going to get involved in the crowd. Tell us about what's going on there, Joe.
There's maybe 100 or so on the ground. Then you have a lot of these National Guards that are over here. They just started pushing out into the street. Everyone's in riot gear tonight for the most part. There's only a few who aren't. Those are the ones who are more than likely.
All right. So to recap, earlier in the night, we saw protesters standing there. On one side, we saw the National Guard, police. On another side, nothing was happening. Now the police are pushing their way into the crowd. Is that correct?
They're standing in the road now. So the National Guard's behind them on their property. And now the police have pushed out onto the sidewalks, facing off with the protesters over here.
So now they're kind of getting into their face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. They're actually physically coming in contact with them, getting very close, or?
Not yet. They're standing on the side of the on this side of the road right here.
Okay.
It's kind of like a standoff. They're all over here, and then you have the protesters over here in this area.
Okay, well, I saw them going through the fence.
It's 8:10. Yeah. You know, it's 8:10. It's riot
It's 8:10.
time.
There we go.
They know they've got that
right on cue.
Number. Right.
It's It was actually 8:50. He said 8 o'clock, but it was actually 8:15 that he came out. So now here we are at 8:10. They're assuming the position. They're getting ready.
They're making the media push back out of the roadway in front of these guys. I don't know what's going to happen if they're going to essentially start pushing forward.
So there wasn't a problem, and so now it looks like they're going to start trying to provoke one, right? That's what it's looking like.
If they push forward, then yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't want the world. I mean, the world is still watching what's happening in Ferguson. They're watching for nightfall. So they don't want the world to see that they're just out there peacefully protesting still. They're still demanding justice. They're not happy with what happened.
Well, this is why we're going live tonight. We wanted to see what was going to happen. It looks like now as we're starting, things are starting to get nice and dark. Right about the right time, about 8 o'clock, they're starting. Like you said, it's riot time.
Right, it's riot time.
I mean, it was so obvious last night.
The funniest thing I saw today, as we were pulling up a brand new 2013 or 14 Corvette, pulled up in front of us to the parking lot. I'm sitting there thinking, who brings a Corvette to a riot? You're going to get targeted first off than anybody. We're going to see a red Corvette with no windows. And they're all busted out, doing donuts in the road in a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully they can keep this contained. Now, I know some of the things that
I don't think so.
No, you feel it? You feel the energy?
Yeah, I'm starting to get that vibe again, like last night.
Yeah.
Well, when they see, I mean, we watched this months ago when this happened, that the police move in and they escalate the situation, and then they feel threatened, so the protesters kind of get a little louder, and it is this face-off.
Well, again, yesterday to say that they have a decision at noon, and then they're going to wait until 8 o'clock and just keep building it and building it and building it. I told Josh, I said, why don't they just make a gavel out of lights and drop it like the ball at Times Square, when it's time for the riots to begin.
Right.
It couldn't have been more orchestrated or set up to create a problem. And now it appears that they're not content to allow people to just stand there and voice their anger. They're going to now try to move people around, kettle them around, push them around, say, don't stand here, now stand over there. That's what it's going to take to mix this up. So we're with Jakari Jackson and Joe Biggs in Ferguson, Missouri. We're looking at live shots now. This is not last night. This is what's going on now. We're looking to see as apparently the tension's starting to build.
Helicopter coming in.
Here we go.
There was already an Apache helicopter that was up in the air earlier that had flown by. There's been police helicopters and then quite a few military helicopters. The protesters are starting to scream F the police, and they're taunting like they did last night. So usually when that happens, eventually, that's when the all hell breaks loose.
That's a shame.
Now, I know that some of the things that I was hearing with the protesters were asking for the police to all have cameras, that was one of their demands. They want all the police there to have to wear cameras, as well as they want them to have tasers. And that was one of the things that Darren Wilson said. I just didn't want to wear my taser that day because I don't like it. It's big and it's bulky, so he just chose not to have his taser. Same thing happened a couple weeks afterward when they shot that man in front of the convenience store who was saying, shoot me, and they were like, all right, we'll shoot you 6 times. And then when asked about it, they said, well, we didn't have access to less lethal force. They couldn't have just used their tasers because they didn't have them on them. So even when they have these things, they don't use them, and they just choose not to wear them because they're bulky.
Yeah.
I can't believe they're allowing vehicles to drive up and down this road. Last night at the beginning, they had these roads blocked off, but they're allowing vehicles to drive through this area. I mean, that is not a good idea.
Right. That's what I was wondering, because we were watching aerial shots earlier and there was no one in the streets. There really weren't even any protesters around. So we're thinking, well, why don't they just block off the streets? Are they just going to let everyone drive in and start rioting again? You can also watch this. They want this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's obvious that this is what they want. Like you said, when you looked at the newspapers today, did you see anything about amnesty?
Nope.
I didn't see anything. All I saw was Drudge was just flooded with Ferguson.
Yeah, and people
of course,
are calling for the police.
Yeah, we have a state representative there in Missouri, a Democrat, a lady saying this is race war. That's what they would like to see. They want to keep this going. And you're talking about the demands that they had in terms of what they wanted the police to do in the face of these riots. To me, that's part of the problem, is that their demands were all focused on the riots. They didn't have any demands pulling back and saying, what do we want the police to do? What is their mission? What is their rules of engagement? How do we have oversight of this? About a month ago, Frank Serpico wrote an article for Politico, and he was talking about the epidemic of police violence. He went back and put it in the context of when he was a police officer, and he ends the article with 6 things that he thinks need to be done. That's the kind of thinking that we need. We need people looking at this and saying, here's how the system is broken. Here's what we need to do to fix it. We need to have a corrected mission statement to start with. But the protesters aren't asking for any of that. They're saying, for minor violations of the law, like throwing water bottles, we don't want you to respond with anything. And then the next one has something to do with tasers or whatever. They're coming up with that kind of stuff. They need to be setting concrete rules of engagement for everyday life. That's the problem. And they're not looking at the problem from enough of a distance. They're too caught up in the moment, too caught up in what's going on, whether it's Darren Wilson or whether it's Michael Brown.
Right, and it's very ambiguous for an officer to say, I felt threatened, and then so I emptied my clip. I mean, what does that mean? Was a person 200 yards away? Were they right there? Did they hit you? Or did they, turn around and then you felt like they looked at you and you got scared?
While we're waiting for this to happen, I pulled out these 6 points, and they're very brief. Let me go down the 6 points that Frank Serpico said. Number 1, strengthen the selection process and psychological screening process for police recruits. Police departments, he says, are simply a microcosm of the greater society. If your screening standards encourage corrupt and forceful tendencies, you will end up with a larger concentration of these types of individuals. He said, number 2, provide ongoing examples of training and simulation, not only telling people, but showing police officers how they're expected to behave and react critically. Here's the third one. I think this is key. Require community involvement from police officers so they know the districts and the individuals they're policing. I can't stress this enough. This is the key thing. We were just talking about how police have changed in our lifetime. I remember spending a good deal of time in London with my wife, and the police, I could not believe how nice the police were there. They would patrol, 2 of them together. They did not have weapons, and they would walk on foot. They knew the people in their area. They were actually walking a beat. They were part of a community. You didn't feel like you were going to get tasered if you walked up to them and asked them for directions somewhere. We frequently did. I would never have done that, even in 1980, to the police here in this country. They were part of the community. When we went back 20 years later, the police were predominantly not walking the beat. They were driving a car, and they were armed, and they looked and acted like the police in this country. They need to have community involvement. And so what Serpico is saying, require community involvement. Have them get involved in the community. Even if it's not practical in some places for them to walk a beat, have them get involved in the community. 4, enforce the laws against everyone, including police officers. He said when police officers do wrong, use those individuals as examples of what not to do. Because, if you don't do that, then basically everybody sees that it's okay for them to continue to do so. He says, so that others know that kind of behavior will not be tolerated. Tell the police unions, that's a big part of the problem, and detective endowment associations that they need to keep their noses out of the justice system. Number 5, support the good guys. Honest cops who tell the truth and behave in exemplary fashion should be honored, promoted, and held up as strong positive examples of what it means to be a cop. Remember when we had that cop up in Buffalo, I think it was, as part of the TSA opt-out and film protest about a year ago. I think his name was Officer Lennox or something like that. Anyway, when he stood up for those people against the airport manager who said, just get them out of here, we held him up as an example. A lot of people talked about him as an example of the way a cop should behave. And so we do need to support the good guys. And here's the last one. Last but not least, police cannot police themselves. Develop independent boards that are permanent to review incidents of police corruption and brutality. Fund them well, support them publicly. Only this can change a culture that has existed since the beginnings of the modern police force. That is the most important thing. These protesters need to be pushing for some kind of an independent board that is going to stand there, independent of the police, because as we saw with this prosecutor here, He was not doing, in my opinion, an honest job. Nobody believed that this was an honest grand jury proceedings. This was really not a trial of Darren Wilson. This was a trial of Michael Brown. And I'll give you one example why I say that. It's very rare for a lawyer to allow his client, who is possibly going to get an indictment, to testify before the grand jury. Why? Because only the prosecutor is allowed in front of the grand jury to talk to them, not a judge, and certainly not the defense lawyer. So if Darren Wilson's lawyer is going to allow Darren Wilson to go in and talk to the prosecutor and the grand jury for 4 hours, essentially giving up his Miranda rights, everything that he says is on the record, can be used against him. He is under examination by the prosecutor, talking to them, if whether or not it was an examination, but he's talking to them for 4 hours. There's absolutely no way that lawyer would allow his client to do that unless he believed that there was absolutely no danger to his client, and that he was not under any threat of prosecution. If he didn't know that, it would be malpractice.
Right, and that's why a lot of the local residents and black leaders were saying that they wanted someone else to be the prosecutor on this case. Yes. They said he can't be impartial because his family, they have deep roots in the police. His father, mother, brother, uncle, and cousin all worked for the St. Louis Police Department, and his father was killed while responding to a call involving a black suspect.
Hey, guys, I want to break in here real quick. It looks like we got a call from Dan Badandi, and there's a protest going on in Providence. So he's got a live stream going on right now of that. There apparently protesters have blocked the road off, and so protests are cropping up everywhere. We saw last night in La Brea, California, they were blocking off areas. They blocked off some bridges in New York.
Yes.
So this is kicking off a lot of stuff.
Right,
and also...
So this report that you're getting from Badandi, is that a peaceful protest?
So far, it looks like it is pretty peaceful. I haven't seen anything yet. He was blowing my phone up trying to get a hold of me, but it looks like there they are in the middle of the road, and they're sitting down now.
So this is Providence?
This is Highway 95.
Providence, Rhode Island.
Right.
Okay.
And also, we do have the firefighter who called in today. We have him on Skype, Ken Moran. If you guys want to ask him some questions about arsonists or things to look for, he's good to go right now if you guys want to.
Absolutely. Let's go to Ken right now.
All right.
Hello?
Hi, David.
Hi. Thank you for talking to us. I was very interested. I don't know if you saw the interview earlier, but we had a press conference with the Unified Command. They had the police commissioner and Ron Brown. I'm not sure what his exact title is there. Nevertheless, they were talking to them. One of the things that came up was that incident that you called in earlier today on the Alex Jones show. And we're talking about what Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson were filming last night, and that is the fact that this building, as it was burning, they were under fire. And they asked the police commissioner about that. Why didn't they come down there and give protection to the firemen? And then they asked him, isn't it standard procedure for the police to come down and secure that area as the fire department is moving in there or before they're moving in there? And he said, yeah, that's standard procedure, but they got there too quickly, and we decided that we basically didn't want to go down there. That's basically what he said. I'd like to get your reaction to that. I don't know if you saw that clip or not, that press conference.
I heard the loop of it, and it's laughable. The firefighters had no body armor, and they stood their ground and did the job. And the the police department had body armor, shields, armored vehicles, and other things that they could have rendered aid. Another really telling thing is, what about mutual aid? I don't know if there was one fire truck or two on that building, but the larger building was what we would call normally a mutual aid call. So, or a 3-station fire. In other words, we would tone out multiple stations to give us enough manpower and trucks to fight a fire of that size. There should have been at least one fire apparatus assigned to each side of the building at the minimum to keep enough 2.5-inch hose to fight that. And it seemed like this is something we do in pre-planning. There were no other cities. If you're expecting a riot, we would have contacted all the departments with which we have mutual aid, develop SOPs to protect the firefighter, even if it meant wearing body armor, and prepare and pre-plan the response as it was. And to me, that's a very questionable.
And they had 3 months. They had already had riots, several nights of riots back in August. They had nighttime curfews. They knew about all of this. They knew it was very likely to happen if they were going to have a non-indictment. And yet, as you said, there wasn't any pre-planning for any of this. There wasn't any coordination. They didn't bring people in from adjacent fire departments. They didn't send even enough fire trucks, let alone any protection.
Well, I'll give you an example from my personal experience that there was a fire one time that we called in 4 departments. Now, I asked to take incident command, and it was refused to me for more than 20 minutes until the building got away. To this day, I question if the officer in charge had not been requested to let it burn. When you see chaos in the fire department and its responses, that's a very telling thing, because we don't go to the bathroom without a plan.
Yeah.
We have years to get everything right and get the training. The other thing, David, I'd like to question is the burn pattern. We once chased a fire starter in the woods based on his fire burn pattern. He was lighting fires in the woods on the highway, and we were 1 fire behind him and called law enforcement to head him off at the pass.
Wow.
With these buildings, the way they were burning was not only questionable about the timing and how fast they could get that hot, but the pattern. When the nonviolent protest was prevented and they were forced to be frustrated enough to go to violence, the expected burn pattern in a riot would be as one pops off in the next building, and as this group of burners move, they would start kind of a very, not random, but somewhat proximal pattern of burns, fire started. And with that, I didn't see that with the coverage from last night.
You know, certainly if somebody, it's almost reminiscent of Building 7, you know, where the guy says, pull it. And of course, there were a lot of things involved with that. But if somebody wanted to get rid of a building, that would be the ideal time, the ideal way to do it, wouldn't it? To have arson set up with that, as the rest of the place, as there were legitimate destruction of businesses, as other things are being set on fire, to go ahead and torch that. So we've got somebody, hang on with us right now. We got somebody engaging Jakari. Stay right there with us. We'll get right back to you.
You a guester.
I'm being respectful to people.
You freaking sellout. You don't love black people. You don't love black people. You don't love. You called us terrorists. You didn't think I found that, didn't you? Yeah, you scared now, ain't you?
I ain't scared of you.
There we go. So
out here burning down the buildings, that ain't supposed to happen.
We tried some.
Because Jakari's not burning down places, he's a sellout. There we go.
All right, then. The white boy you with said we terrorists. Bring him here. Bring him here and tell him to call us that in our face.
He said the people burning down a building.
You freaking sellout.
Burning down the
you
building.
freaking sellout.
Burning down
Go there with the enemies. You freaking sellout.
Sellout. You get on my face. You came over here.
Nobody knows who to blame here.
Alex Jones. Tell Alex Jones to come here.
He said whoever.
He's seeing his boy here, so you can mingle around the people.
There you go. See, if you're not out there, a tough guy is going to burn down the people in the town. He's going to burn down black buildings. That's black businesses. That's what a tough guy does, right? If you don't do that, you're a sellout. If you try to peacefully make change, if you try to report the news, you're a sellout, according to this guy. That's the kind of thug behavior. Let's go back to this. It's still going on here. Do you want to go back to that? Or?
I mean, meanwhile, we're one of the only news organizations out there that is pointing out the difference between peaceful protesters who've been peacefully protesting, fighting for some equality, respect, some justice for the last 3 months, differentiating between them and the people that are burning down these buildings.
You work for a racist Alex Jones.
What this guy needs needs to look at that video from Rick Ross, where he's talking about how they use the media to keep the black community thinking that they're going to be successful if they act like thugs.
Right.
That's a great video that we played earlier today. I think we've got that queued up for later in the program. Let's go back to the firefighter that we have on the line. We'll keep monitoring that situation there with Jakari. Hopefully that doesn't that guy doesn't get violent. It looks like violence is the only thing that
this
guy
is what they
likes,
wanted, though.
So,
They want them fighting amongst themselves. Even we're out there trying to bring some truthful news to this situation.
This is what going back to the face of this guy angrily yelling at Jakari. This is what it looks like when you buy into this phony paradigm that we've been talking about, the black versus white. He can't see what's happening. He is so blinded by that narrative that they've fed him, the propaganda that they fed him, that he can't understand what they're doing to him. And he thinks it's a great thing to burn down his black neighbors' businesses, to put their life's work in ashes on the ground. That's what these people have essentially done. Let's go back to the firefighter. I'm sorry, we wanted to get that live. Are you there, Ken?
Yes, sir. No problem, David, but I'd like to punctuate what you just said. Some people don't realize that your property insurance may not cover rioting.
Yes.
The insurance companies sometimes can write that off and not pay a thing. So these black business owners may lose everything. And
you know,
if
even
their policy
if
does not cover rioting.
That's right, Ken. That they may have an exception for that. We see in a lot of these insurance policies you point out. I hadn't thought about that. War, they write that off, and so they kind of look at the rioting as, in many cases, as an extension of that. Even if they get money back, even if they are able to rebuild their business, these people are not, they don't have massive bank accounts. You know, every small businessman that I've known, I was a small businessman for a while. We had a family business. We did things for other, we worked with other small businessmen. We know that they don't have that deep of pockets that they can go for a very long time without any income to rebuild, even if the insurance company is paying to rebuild their business. And so the people who work for them, these people who have been in business for decades, working long hours, investing their life, their time, their capital into this building, they have lost everything because of these violent thugs that we just saw talking to Jakari. That kind of mindset has destroyed their community.
And that brings up another point that Leanne and David, you should understand that each one of these incidences of arson is a crime and must be investigated. You as reporters should go ahead and request from their PR office or whatever the arson reports from each address that was burned, including the cars. An arson investigator is supposed to investigate each one and find the source of the fire. You don't get on your incident report to write down cause of fire, rioting.
Yeah, that's right. That's a very good point, especially with all the questions that have been raised about that particular warehouse and the shooting that was going there. Hang on, Ken. We're going to go right back to Jakari.
As a black man, how do you feel about that? I don't like that, Wilson, but you ain't supposed to break into the building. Hey. Breaking into that Boost Mobile store is not going to bring back my friend. Like I broke in the fucking military. I ain't saying that's what you're talking about. That's what you got to understand.
This is a thug engaging Jakari Jackson in Ferguson, Missouri. This is live.
Look at it. That's how you respond to aggression. You got to show people how to fight back to aggression.
Jakari, come here, man.
How you respond.
What's going on, guys?
No, people are tired. That's how you respond to aggression. People are tired.
What was that all about?
You ain't tired of it.
People's terrorists, and I told them it didn't have nothing to do with it. I said whoever breaking in the building ain't supposed to break in the building. I'll tell you too, whoever you are. I'm not vouching for people breaking in the building. That's what I try to tell the guy. I said
they want Alex to come to the hood.
What's breaking in that Boost Mobile store going to do to help anything? He said I didn't break in the Boost.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a delay here.
Out here justifying people breaking into the Boost Mobile store. I didn't say you did it. I didn't say you burned down whatever building, but people aren't supposed to be out here burning down buildings. That's not going to bring back my ground. It's not going to do anything to Darren Wilson. All it's doing is tearing down this community. That's all I said. This dude, whoever he is, just walked the floor, tried to tear me down. Thought I was about to run from him. I ain't run from him. I said, he said, send your boy down here, and I'll tell him to talk to you. Rip off your mask, I'll tell him to come find you. I'll come find him. So that's what happened.
You guys worry about becoming a part of this?
Anyway, the difference I said whoever breaking in the building ain't supposed to be breaking. Yeah.
Just wanted to do a little piece of you guys, doing alternative news here.
Yeah.
I mean.
All right, with this technology, we've got a delay going with Jakari's feed. Maybe it's wrapping around the earth a couple times before it comes in to us, and then so it looks like he's okay now, but it did get pretty tense there. Yeah, for a bit. Yeah. Emotions are running high, and I guess if you're not for looting and burning down businesses in the area, especially the small businesses, that's it. Hey, why don't we talk to Biggs real quick and see what's going on? Okay. Joe, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so Jakari's okay now, right?
Talk to Ken.
Yeah, well, this is what happened. I found Jakari, and there was a guy yelling at him, and said that,
hey, I just want to let you know the Delta Force guys are watching.
Okay. So what happened was Jakari was sitting over there talking to a guy, and they were mad at him because earlier today on the radio show, I said it's a terrorist act if you're out here burning down buildings and demolishing stuff like that. And then this guy's taking it that I said that everybody out here is a terrorist. So he attacked Jakari And then I walked over there, and then they all flipped out when I walked over there and said, "Oh, there he is, there he is." So that's what's going on right now.
Well, yeah, it is a terrorist act, and I think it's kind of interesting this guy's getting in Jakari's face. And what is he trying to do? Is he saying that it's not a terrorist act, that it's justified to burn down his black neighbors' businesses? Is that the point he was trying to make as he stood there in a mask? Was that his point?
Yeah, it's like I said, the people who are doing that are the ones who are obviously here trying to cause trouble.
Yeah.
Because the ones who watch us all the time and the ones that know what we're out here about, against the militarization of police, against people impeding on your rights and things like that. So this is obviously somebody who just wants to come out and be one of the people who's going to be an agitator.
Well, burning down your black neighbor's business because you're mad because you think black people are being oppressed, it seems to me like that would be kind of a no-brainer, that's not going to accomplish anything. They need to have concrete goals and objectives that they can express, like I was pointing out earlier. At the Bundy Ranch, he had very concrete goals and objectives. He didn't achieve all of those, but they need to think about what they want to do. Just going out and mindlessly striking out at people isn't going to accomplish anything. It's just it's idiotic.
It's just making the world look at you like you're being irrational.
All it does,
that's not how you get things done.
It's counterproductive because it just feeds the other side what they're being told, that these people are animals, that they can't be dealt with. And so we just need to have a massive police buildup, a militarized police force. That gets fed when people act that way. But
I don't know if they understand that that's how this whole story is now being spun. They're inside the spin.
Yeah.
So I can understand how they might be a little upset with media, but yeah, I mean, that's what's going to happen if they escalate it to rioting and looting. And maybe this person here doesn't even understand to differentiate himself between a protester and a rioter and looter.
Anything else you want to
level?
Yeah, true. Anything else you want to add, Joe, before we go back to Ken? I wanted to talk to the firefighter a little bit longer. And then, Rob, what do you think? I think this would be a good time to let Ricky Ross kind of chime in on, and let him explain it to this guy.
Yeah, I think he can explain what's going on and this thug behavior that is glorified, and that is being exemplified with some of the residents here at Ferguson is not the answer. It's not going to solve anything. It's not going to bring anybody back. All it's going to do is lower the standards for everybody living in that area. And so, yeah, I agree. Why don't you finish up with Ken? If is he still there? Or do we hang up? Okay. Yeah, we're going to bring Ken back, and then you can finish up with him, and then we'll go to that. And obviously, if anything breaks while we're in the middle of this report, we'll go right back to the action.
Sure.
For those of you watching in YouTube land on youtube.com/the Alex Jones channel.
I don't know. I think they do that so they can clear off that area and not have to worry about anything, and then they can just keep everybody in one centralized location.
Okay, yeah, let's go back to Ken. I know, Leanne, you had a question that you wanted to ask Ken, and then we'll give him a chance for final comments, and then we'll go to the Ricky Ross report and stand by in case something happens live.
Right. Well, Ken, now you mentioned that there's going to be a lot of prep work, and so the fire department would have known. Now, we've been hearing, obviously, we've had months to prepare, and in the weeks building up to where they were saying they were going to announce a grand jury decision, they knew that it was happening. We were getting word that hospitals were preparing. They were setting aside certain 3 levels of the hospital. Schools were all prepared to cancel certain classes, rearrange their schedules. People in office buildings were telling their employees to prepare and to be able to hunker down with food just in case they aren't able to get in and out of their buildings. So everyone was saying, we're preparing for the worst. Does the fire department not prepare for arson?
We prepare for everything. I got in trouble with my department for preparing for aircraft mass casualties incidents. And they said, well, the airport's 45 miles away. And I said, well, that's the point. An airplane with 200 or more souls could crash land in our district anytime, and we're not prepared. Mm-hmm. So if there was a question of rioting, the fire department could have procured ballistic vests for the firefighters and would have had a contingency plan for the police department to come in. What infuriated me was the number of law enforcement personnel, and I use that term loosely, that were congregated there in a show of force while they would not deploy with the fire department.
Right, and to actually say it's their fault because they just responded too quickly.
That's laughable. We have to move, or they have to move, a giant apparatus with 500 to 1,500 gallons of water down a street that's crowded, and they beat guys that could have jogged on foot or driven cars down to the scene. It's asinine.
Well, I think that's part of what you were seeing everywhere, is that the police were basically, as we saw 3 months ago on the riots in August, we saw that they had removed themselves and they were not protecting any property. They weren't protecting the property. They weren't protecting the firefighters either. So was there anything else that you wanted to say, Ken Moran, before we go to this report from Ricky Ross?
Two messages. One, to the good law enforcement that's in that area. The Bible says, a soft word turneth away wrath.
Yes.
Number two, to my heroes, Joe and Jakari out there, if they light that poor little red Corvette on fire tonight, I don't know if your NBC filters will protect you from the phosgene gas, so you guys stay at least 100 feet away and keep your mask on around any burning cars, anything like that. That's a odorless, colorless gas. You won't feel it, and you'll get nerve damage from it. And poor Joe's already had enough hazmat in his term there.
But very good point. I told them that last night when we were seeing that stuff. I said, you know, your guys walking around the fires, keep those masks on because you don't know what you're going to get involved with. And of course, that's a very good point, that there's a lot of gases out there that you're not going to see or smell that could be very damaging. Thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. That was harassing Jakari, wait till if the KKK shows up, and then poor Joe's going to be the next sellout. So our appreciation to the guys and the great news crew at Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you calling in. It's very good to have an expert who's had a lot of experience with this to really give us that expert perspective. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Ken Moran. And I would underscore what he just said about a kind word turning away wrath. There was an article that was up on November 20th from NPR. They were talking about how an Alaskan police officer had been killed serving a warrant in a domestic dispute, and how in the rural areas of Alaska, they don't carry guns. It's like Andy Griffith. And, you know, we really need to have that discussion, whether or not we're going to have a police force that looks more like Andy Griffith or whether it looks more like Judge Dredd. And, of course, we're probably not going to reach either of those exact extremes. I don't know, maybe we will get to Judge Dredd. But where do we want to fall in that spectrum? And when he said that, it reminded me of this report. And listen to what this police officer who works there now, even after the other police officer was shot and killed, this is what he says about his police work when he works without a gun. He says he's come to realize that his most important law enforcement tool is his mouth. And this is what he says: how well can you speak to an individual? How can you talk them down? Can you make them understand common sense? If you can get somebody to understand common sense, they're going to follow along with you. See, that's the kind of person, that's the kind of mission, that's the kind of understanding and that we need to have in all of our police departments, not just in rural areas in Alaska. And I think one of the ways that that's going to be achieved is with one of those points from former police officer Frank Serpico saying it has got to be mandatory for police officers to be involved with the community. They need to understand the community. They need to be able to talk to the people, not see them as criminals, as perpetrators, as opponents in a war zone. And unless and until that happens, we are going to continue to see escalated violence, random, senseless killings by the police because of the way that they're trained, because of their mission. It's very important what Ken said. You stop the wrath by checking your mouth. And that's what these police officers who had to work without using a firearm understand. And for the most part, they will be safer themselves in that kind of an environment, because if they escalate the violence, they will also be subject to that violence. Let's go to Ricky Ross, this video that was put together while he was here with Alex Jones. Let's let him explain what's going on, how people are being fed a lie about gang violence and thuggism, and how heroic it is to burn down your black neighbor's business, let alone selling drugs.
there's a new epidemic, smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
The CIA used him as a pawn to sell drugs to help fund the secret war in Nicaragua.
Illegal cocaine is coming into our country at alarming levels.
He was a 1980s drug lord who became a multi-millionaire urban legend in Los Angeles. A rap star even stole his name and parlayed it into a music career.
I'm your neighborhood drug dealer. It's your neighborhood drug dealer.
Hey, you see Rick Ross in there? Rick Ross. The real Rick Ross.
To William Roberts, a.k.a. Rick Ross, who's using my name, I'm inviting you in to come with me. Let's fight this culture. Let's fight this penitentiary culture that hip-hop's been spreading. Let's make a difference. Me and you need to come together and you need to tell them that you didn't make your money selling drugs. And making music is how you became famous. See, there's nothing wrong with making music. Just like it's nothing wrong with being a correctional officer, if that's what you did. But so many of our friends who look up to you and look up to me are out on the streets thinking that they can go out and sell drugs and parlay that into a record career. I don't know if you know that they're not gonna make it, but I know that they're gonna wind up in prison with prison sentences 3 and 4 times what they should be, because this war on drugs is no joke. I have 10 or 11 friends still in prison right now with life sentences, including one that even you know, Big Meech. I know how much you respect me and care about me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have took my name. Take a chance with me now. Let's make a difference. And even if William Roberts, a.k.a. Rick Ross, don't decide to come with me and join hands, then the rest of the artists out there, let's us come together. Professor Griff, KRS-One, and so forth. Let's join hands. Let's change this thug culture. Let's change this hip-hop to prison pipeline. Let's make it happen. Right now, today. Let's do it. And not just you, the whole hip-hop community. I'm asking all of you. Let's all of us come together. Let's change these laws right now and end this senseless war on drugs. A lot of times we go through life and we start to believe that the things that we're experiencing in our life and the things that we see in our communities are the only way it is. Like, this is the way it is. This is the way it's supposed to be. And when you start to think like that, you can get trapped in a box. Hip-hop has taken over the world. If we can take hip-hop back, we can change the whole planet. We can bring real peace and no more war. Let's be pioneers. Let's be talked about forever for how we change the way society thinks about each other. It don't have to always be a war on drugs. If we can educate ourselves to where our kids and our brothers and our sisters and our mothers and our fathers look at drugs the way we look at rat poison. You know, we just don't go around using rat poison and other chemicals that's harmful to our body. If we teach our people how to not use drugs the same way, then eventually we don't have to worry about them using drugs.
Now, you may never have heard of some of these stars, but your kids have. They're heroes to a whole new generation.
Now, they take these guys, and these guys say, well, I got to the position that I'm in right now today by selling drugs. So the message that it tells our kids is that if you go out, you sell drugs, then you can become a great rock star like myself and never go to prison. And I think that that's a false message to be given people who feel hopeless. I'm letting you know right now that the establishment is using hip-hop to prime these kids for a life that's gonna send them to prison, just like they did with me. See, when I was coming up, there was Superfly, Tequila Sunrise, Scarface, all these movies to make you think that you could start with nothing and then you could have the whole world at the palm of your hand. Only that there was no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It was a set of handcuffs and shackles. And you want to know why the CIA symbol is behind me? Because they were the guys behind me when I was selling drugs. And now they're behind hip-hop and rock and roll. This prison, hip-hop connection, they're behind that too.
If it was good for them to sell drugs, then it should have been good for me to sell drugs. The money from the drugs went to buy guns for the Contras.
Even if you don't read my book, warn your kids. Let them know. But I advise you that this book is worth reading. Definitely for your kids. Even if you don't read it, get it for your kids, get it for your loved ones. Let them see what the drug culture is all about. It's not manufactured like the stuff you see on TV and you hear in music. This is real life. It's your life, your loved one's life. Let's make a difference. You know where to find me. Freeway Ricky, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, freewayrick.com. You know I'm out here. Yeah, it's very important that I redeem myself for the wrongs that I've done. And I feel that the way that I can redeem myself the best is by helping others not fall in the same footsteps that I fell in. Because I believe that it's a trap. It's a trap to catch you. Yeah. Just because you're doing bad and you're looking for a way to make an income, there's people that'll take your freedom forever and ever. Don't make the same mistake I made. Don't get caught up. It's time for us to wake up and face it. Get the truth, and you're done.
All right, so that was Freeway Ricky Ross, who woke up to what was being done to him, woke up about the fact that he was part of a CIA-run drug operation, woke up to the paradigm, the false paradigm. But we've got some people who are engaging our reporters, Joe Biggs and Jakari Jackson in Ferguson right now. They're still part of this paradigm, thinking that they are doing an effective work of protesting the police operations when they burn down their black neighbors' businesses. Evidently, they're upset about what Joe Biggs said earlier today on the Alex Jones radio show, saying that he thought that people who were burning down buildings were terrorists.
But it was terrorist activity.
Yes, there's terrorist activity. Let's go back and join this live feed and see what's going on there. Hey, Joe.
We're calling him back via Skype. We lost his Skype connection. This is our Ustream. What is going on? Ustream/Alex Jones Live.
All right.
But you can see this build up there with them really feeling like everyone is against them. Yeah. You know, even our guys who've been out there months now. But
all right, we've got Biggs back. Let's go back and talk to Biggs. Go ahead. Biggs, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, David. I'm out here still in between the police department and the fire department, standing on the sidewalk. There's more police that have pushed out in the road. A lot of the protesters are now pushing more into the road in one of the lanes. They've got one of the whole lanes essentially blocked off, and there's still cars driving by. I can't believe that they don't have traffic blocked off like they did at other times. This is just mind-blowing. Someone's going to drive by and hit a protester, that's going to start an all-out riot, or someone's going to drive by with a gun and then just, you know, shoot. So these are things that people you would think police would train for, and it's something that they would take precaution. You know, they're putting a barricades all around the police station, but they're not doing anything to essentially protect these protesters. I mean, they need to block this road off.
You know, nothing has happened in 20 years. That's exactly what we saw in the L.A. riots. Daryl Gates, who had essentially created SWAT teams. I think the very first SWAT teams were there in L.A., and they were the first ones to militarize their police departments. Of course, he had experience with the CIA as well. When they had the L.A. riots, they only protected the government buildings, the police department, the city hall, that sort of thing. That's exactly what we're seeing here now. Go ahead, Leanne. What did you want to say?
Well, I was just going to point out that they already had another person was run over at a protest in another city. One of these Ferguson protests, they had a protester was run over. So, I mean, Joe, you're absolutely right. They should have this blocked off. What's to say that they don't just start attacking cars going by, or if they're just in the line of fire? I mean, this is dangerous precedent. I mean, we already saw a car run into a pole the other day, and
well, I got word a minute ago that a journalist was out here going back to their car. I think they were by themselves, and someone came at them at gunpoint and took everything from them. So that just happened about a block away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot more anger out here tonight.
And speaking of anger, before we went to the break and we played Freeway Ricky Ross's report, because we thought it was very important for people to hear yet again what he had to say. We played that earlier today on the radio show, what he had to say about people getting caught up in this government false paradigm. And we had a couple of people before we went to break that were getting in the face of Jakari, yelling and screaming at him. You said they were upset because you had said earlier you condemned people burning down businesses earlier today. He was upset about that. He thought that's a legitimate form of protest, he thought?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with disagreeing with the fact that someone's going to come out and burn down buildings and destroy a neighborhood when that neighborhood needs those businesses. I mean, there's grocery stores, there's food places. I mean, you know, the gas station's gone. I mean, why do you have to completely destroy everything?
Yeah.
It's not going to get any point across other than the fact that, all right, no one wants to come back out here and build a business again. You know, I would not want to rebuild a business in an area when people are doing that. And, you know, some will, of course, but, you know, a lot of these bigger chains are probably going to be like, nah, you know, I'll cut my losses and just move on somewhere else.
Well, and that's the thing. What makes a community vibrant is when you've got small businesses, people who live in that community, who are part of that community. That's what we are also concerned about when we see Walmart coming in and putting so many small businesses out of business. That kind of consolidation is not good for a government. It's not good for business. It's not good for politics. It's not good in any way. We need to have a diverse, broad-based economy, and the way you have that is with small businesses. So small businesses that are not going to be able to come back. In many cases, Ken Moran, the firefighter that we were talking to, made the point, Joe, that a lot of these businesses may find that their insurance doesn't cover riots any more than insurance covers war. You know, if they set off a false flag nuke in one of these cities, everybody's going to find that their homes and their businesses are not covered for loss by the insurance companies. And so a lot of these people, I think, are going to find that even the cost of rebuilding is not going to be there, but they're going to lose their income for a long period of time while they're out of business if they're even able to rebuild. And a lot of people aren't going to have the pockets to wait that out.
Right. But you got to think, it's also going to hurt a lot of the people's trust too for the area as well. It's going to be just like with anything. When something bad happens, you have to regain trust, and a lot of these businesses are going to have to find out whether or not they can regain trust in this area. And I don't blame them. You know, there's a lot of the owners around here that we've talked to are really worried and upset with the direction of how everything is going. It'll just take time.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the things that we talked about earlier, how sad it is that there is such a poverty of ideas, that they don't have a strategy for what they want to accomplish. The most they seem to be able to come up with is, we don't want the police to do this in response to what protesters are doing. No sense of what they want to, how they want to change the mission of the police force, how they want to change the rules of engagement. They should be thinking about that type of thing. That's what's going to really make the difference in their community, not these immediate protests. They're so caught up in the moment, they can't see the long-term problem.
Yes, exactly.
You got to be able to organize and let people know what you want to change and be able to vocalize that. I feel like a lot of the frustration that's out there right now is just feeling like there is never going to be any justice, like nothing's ever going to change. And so they just want to burn the whole world down. But that's, you know, that's a short-sighted goal.
Yeah.
If it's even a goal.
You know, what's interesting right now is the police are standing on the sidewalk, and now civilians are directing traffic essentially and directing the flow of traffic, stopping people from coming in, because there's only one lane in the road open right now because everyone's moved into one side of the road. So now there's civilians out here, regular citizens out here.
Yeah, regular citizens,
blocking the road off and allowing, wow, everyone's running right now. Something's on fire.
Oh, goodness.
Something is on fire close to where you are right there?
I can't tell. I just see a lot of smoke, and now people are running around.
I don't know if you heard Ken Moran say to stay away from any burning cars.
What is that aerial feed? What is that aerial feed that we're looking at there? That's local Fox, okay. That's an aerial feed. They're up on a helicopter or up in a building somewhere looking down.
Stuff's getting thrown. It's about to get nasty.
All right, so it's building up.
Oh, hey, Biggs. Look, the lawn's on fire now.
Hey, Biggs, this is Darren.
Yes.
If things get too heated, you guys don't hesitate. get the hell out of there.
Yeah, we will. Someone just threw something to put a fire, like, right at the police officer saying, hey, just went out.
Last night, there was a CNN reporter. She got hit in the head with a rock during a live broadcast. And I know some of the guys, they went after some of the Fox News guys.
In school. Yeah. Well, because they don't like the coverage that Fox and CNN give them. Now it's starting to get pretty violent. You see a lot of people running around. And once again, Jakari ran off.
See, that's what they're still upset about, the fact that it was a closed
Well, there's people running back over into the parking lot now. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of people
I hear somebody. I hear some lady screaming in the background. I can hear grand jury. Did you hear what she had to say, or can you get any closer to that, Joe?
She said that no good can come from a secret grand jury meeting.
Right.
That's what we've been saying.
She says this evidence needs to be brought forth and let everyone look at it and make a sound decision. She said there's something wrong with a secret grand jury, and that needs to be dealt with.
Right. What's the problem with bringing it to trial?
That's the thing we've been saying from all night, Joe, and that is the fact that we always see the government investigating itself. They do it in secret. They will not lay their cards on the table. You know, we were told by the Obama administration, by Obama when he was running that he was going to have the most transparent administration. He understands that transparency is what people want. He knows the government is not transparent. And yet
I think he needs to pick up a Webster's dictionary and look up the word transparent, because he's obviously got it confused with another word in the dictionary.
Well, it's another one of those lies. And the only thing that's transparent about the Obama administration is their lies.
And their tyranny.
Yeah, that lady is exactly right. If they wanted to de-escalate this, that's the way they would have done it. But everything that they have done, including the timing of the release of the information last night, everything they have done is calculated to increase tensions and to build this white against black, the community against the police and everything, divide and conquer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're into the crowd now, is that?
I'm on the side.
I'm looking at your feed over here.
Jakari is.
Yeah, we see that looks like the police there have pushed into the crowd. I can't see.
They're starting to push people back now.
I was turned around looking at
now they're on the other side of the. Going to be making some arrests.
So they're blockading the street now?
Now we're looking at this.
Yes.
We're looking at an aerial feed from the local Fox, and you can see the crowd movements there if you're watching this broadcast. And again, if you're watching this on YouTube, please don't forget to subscribe to the Alex Jones channel if you're not a subscriber. If you're not a subscriber to Prison Planet TV, please consider subscribing and supporting our operation. You'll be able to see our nightly news broadcasts every night of the week at 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. You'll also have access to all of Alex Jones's documentaries, and you can share that live with up to 20 family or friends. Okay, so what's going on now, Joe?
They are pushing. There's a lot of police are pushing into the crowd across the street. And now there's still police in the middle of the road blocking both sides of the road.
Were they
do what now?
Were they headed for whomever seemed threw something into the grass there that caught on fire?
I'm assuming.
Rob,
I'm assuming because I saw something fly through the air, and then that's when I looked over in the grass area on the police department side and saw a little fire lit, and that was right where there was a large wall. A police officer standing anyways.
Rob just said it looks like they're setting up a perimeter to go in and get somebody.
They just brought somebody out.
Yeah,
so they set up a perimeter on either side to keep people from coming to the back of the cops and outflanking them, and then they went in and grabbed somebody.
Rob,
whether or not this person did anything or not, we don't know, but he could be one of the ones.
You can see somebody. They've got somebody down.
Yeah, there's big.
Can you see what I'm pointing at?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, there's somebody back there on the ground. They brought somebody back behind the National Guard, and they are. They're putting those zip tie handcuffs.
Are they beating him? There's like.
No, they're putting zip ties on her hands, and they got her sitting down on the ground now. I can't tell how many people they have. Looks like a couple of people on the ground. I can't take my eyes off of what's behind me for too long.
Aerial shot.
Right.
They're starting to drag more people in.
Okay, and the aerial shot you can see is the movement's a little bit better from an aerial point of view.
Looks like they got some more people.
Police are on the right side of the screen pulling back, and then you got the protesters on the left side.
Watch out.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Did that go out, Rob? Or you?
Excuse me.
Yeah, that went out. That went out. Jakari just got somebody getting arrested, getting pulled behind the line.
I'm trying to get this guy right now. There's people just screaming.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't done anything calculated to ease the tensions. Everything has been calculated to increase tension, and that appears to be working very well.
Yeah. Looks like they're just,
they can keep this
picking
going.
one criminal, or, you know, what they would call a criminal element there in the crowd. They're not attacking the entire crowd with the tear gas instantly. So far it seems they're just kind of pulling a few of the agitators. I mean, from what we can see a world away.
It's like a pot of boiling water. It's just about to
bubble over.
Yep, you can really see the tension.
Now the people are starting to chant, "Whose street? Our streets," and the police officer's face.
So this is a live feed from our reporters in Ferguson, Missouri. We have a tense standoff right now between the police and demonstrators. They've just arrested a few people, pull them out of the crowd as Joe reported, Joe Biggs reported from there. There's been a couple of small things thrown. There was a fire at one point that got put out, but then the police moved in and have arrested a selected few people. But it's a very tense situation there. So far, nothing like last night. We haven't seen any tear gassing by the police. We haven't heard shots fired or looks like anything's been shot. Is that correct, Joe?
Whoa, something's about that. People starting to move quick.
Now it's starting to happen. Okay.
Whenever people start running.
Yeah.
See, I don't think these guys are going to use gas. It's when the MRAPs roll up in those armored vehicles and they get out and they start walking in between the vehicles stacked, using the vehicle in front and behind them as cover. That's when those guys come out with those grenade launchers with the gas rounds and start shooting those out into the crowd. I don't think these guys will do that.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I don't see any. Oh, another bottle just got thrown. Whoa.
Yeah, because the water bottle was what they said started it all the last time.
Well, that's what happened back in August.
Right.
Yeah, that's what happened back in August. I was sitting on the ground talking to it was actually that lady, I think her name's Janelle or something. She's one of the local senators. And she was sitting out there on the ground talking, and I was speaking with her. And then all of a sudden, a bottle flew right over my head and hit right at the feet of the police officers. And that was the first time, you know, really during the daylight that you saw things escalate out of control.
Right, and here something.
Everything here has been staying at the dark time. You know, at nighttime, that's when everything starts to go to hell.
Yep. Well, of course, that's why they released the decision then, evidently.
Right, because it's much easier to control a crowd in the dark.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of these people who want to do something on the other side as well, some of the looters, they love the cover of darkness as well. They are going to want to, even they might be a little bit more reluctant to get involved in looting and arson in broad daylight.
But this is a lot like Obama's transparency.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They've kept this whole process in the dark through the grand jury, and then they released the, exactly, everything is in the dark.
Well, it's just like they're using the Ferguson burqa to cover up the amnesty that's going on.
Yeah.
You turn on the news and you're like, oh, where's the amnesty at? Oh, I can't see it. It's covered up by Ferguson everywhere. So, you know, while these huge issues are going on with the government, you've got this going on as well.
Nobody's asking about what's going on with Ebola in Africa either. What's going on with the troops there?
No one's talking about Ebola. No one's talking about the amnesty. No one's talking about open borders.
No one's talking about trying to rush through that nuclear deal with Iran.
No one's talking about Lois Lerner.
Oh, yeah. They got that off.
Right.
Even though they had 30,000 emails, nobody's paying any attention. Maybe that's why they pulled those out and did a document dump of them, because they knew this was about to break. So.
It just going back to the whole arson reports. I mean, how long are they going to have to investigate, you know, before to determine what caused these fires? Those businesses are going to be out of business for all that time. Like you said, a lot of them won't have the funds to sustain themselves and their families. They're going to be out of business, while these other big chain stores are going to move in and take over this neighborhood.
That's right. Joe?
The police have now pretty much made a large rectangle type shape, and they're keeping the middle of them. There's no one behind them, and they've basically set up this large perimeter. Everyone's around them, surrounded, so they're like right in the middle of this large, for the most part, pretty angry crowd.
Yeah, we could see that somewhat from the aerial feed that we were getting from one of the local TV stations there. Hey, Joe, I wanted to tell you, when we were talking to Ken Moran, the firefighter, when you were off of the air, he said, and he made a very good point, he said every one of these fires that happen in the area, including even the vehicle fires, he said every one of those are a separate arson event, and they have to file paperwork on that. And because of the suspicious nature of that warehouse that was on fire and the shots that were being fired at that, he suggested it'd be a really good idea for you guys to request an arson report about that specific incident. Just a heads up.
Yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah, just a heads up. It'd be interesting to see.
I mean, even if you go back on the footage last night when we were broadcasting, I was sitting there talking about how it was very odd that the center of the buildings were, you could tell the bulk of the fire was in the middle of the buildings.
Yes.
And I was talking to Jabari, I was like, this is just odd, you know, because back in August, when people were throwing the Molotovs, that was where they were prying open those boards and just throwing them in. So the fires are right there at the at that wall that was closest to the street where they were able to get into a window. But these all look like they started in the middle of the buildings, and you can see how they collapsed, because the only way to get into the middle would be to go through the front door or the back door, and those buildings were boarded up. So someone had to have gotten there without any problem whatsoever to be able to do something like that.
Right, very peculiar.
And what Ken Moran said, he's a veteran firefighter, he's been a fire chief. He said that when they do these arson reports, it's not going to be a cause of fire, a riot. They have to be very specific. So the interesting part is going to be in the details of that, as well as why they did not do anything to protect the firemen that were trying to respond and put that out.
Yeah. So I'm trying to make my way through the crowd right now.
Okay.
It looks like they're pushing everybody back again. They've gone out of their formation and created a linear formation and are now blocking the other side of the road now. So most of the media is now to the back of the police officers, now face off within inches of everyone on the other side of the road.
All right, so they're getting right in everybody's faces. It looks like they're trying to be provocative, because there's not any violence going on. I mean, is there anything other than they started getting close? There was a couple of things that were thrown. What's that?
I'm talking to one of the gentlemen out here, and he says, you know, by the way they're lined up, he says it looks like they're trying to purposely tick them off to get them to provoke a reaction from the crowd, so they can bring the MRAPs in, so they can use the tear gas, so they can shoot the rubber bullets, so they can, you know, take people away and, you know, make them disperse. And then eventually, because they're cold, they're tired, they want to go home. They don't want to sit out here because they think that the reason they're out here is, you know, pointless.
This is incrementalism at its finest, what you see on a larger scale when they want to come over and take over something. They do it in small increments. It's not just a big rush.
Right.
It's little bitty steps, and they're playing chess right now with the crowd, and the crowd probably doesn't realize what's going on.
Their crowd control is kind of like our
calculated maneuvers.
Right.
Yeah, their crowd control is kind of like our gun control, isn't it? It's a gradual process of infringement.
Well, they've got
just moving the boundaries.
Up on the roof.
Lightly.
They've got people up on the roof of the fire department. They did earlier spotting. I saw a guy with binoculars. So there's no telling who else they have set up on the roofs around the area who are keeping an eye out. But like I said, there's a much larger police force tonight. So far, there's a huge presence of the National Guard, and for every single one of these guys you see up here, there's another 2 to cover for that guy if he gets tired or fatigued and needs to go. There's a large presence, and there's been Humvees rolling up and down the road thus far tonight that I've seen. Even earlier when we were driving around West Florissant and we were looking around, you could see quite a bit of Humvees out patrolling, and you think those would be vehicles they would have out here because they're completely up armored. You don't have to worry about anyone shooting at anything like that, you'd think they would have those out here lined up back here at the police station for them to use as cover, but it seems like a lot of the tactics they have are just, I don't know, just really unusual and weird.
Well, there's no reason for them to utilize those vehicles until this crowd gets unruly, until they're violent. And it's been largely, there's no reason for them to justify rolling out the big guns, you know, and the big MRAP vehicles. They can't justify that maneuver right now, especially when it's peaceful protesting. And the world is watching, and they're saying, well, you know, they're not rioting, but there's a lot of people there still 3 months later protesting the fact that they don't feel like their community has been delivered any justice with this decision. So it seems like they are incrementally agitating them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's appeared to be so far since we've been out here. Even and earlier last week when there was really no problems going on, once the police came out and showed up in full riot gear and then started basically interacting with the crowds, that's when stuff happened. That's when the arrests were made, and, you know, tensions would rise. But when you see them hold back and hold restraint, the crowd protests, and then eventually they get tired and they go home. It's just when someone throws that first bottle, or the police push the wrong person and it's some guy's girlfriend, and it pops off, and then, you know, it's held from there.
Wow.
But they want someone to jump. Someone wants someone to jump and do something.
Right. It's pretty scary. I remember being there when we were covering JFK, and that's exactly what was happening to us, just incrementally being pushed and corralled and kenneled. Yeah.
Have you got, is Jakari within sight of you there, or are you guys together, or you know where
Yeah,
there he is? Okay.
You got on my feed, he's right here.
Yeah, there he is. Okay. Just want to make sure he's okay. We're just concerned about you guys.
Yeah, we're using this a giant tear deck thing that makes our camera look like a transformer.
It got some excellent footage, though. You guys got some really good stuff.
You guys only saw a smidgen.
Oh yeah, I bet.
There's so much golden footage that from last night, it'll take a long time to get all that out.
How late did you guys go last night before you shut it down?
Right around midnight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at that point, we knew, I mean, we're not going to see anything else, anything any different that had already happened at that point, and
We found some interesting feed on YouTube. He's got 4 feeds going at once, a Twitter feed and then 3 cameras, one of which is ours. Looks like he has one of ours. At one point, he had Jakari's stream. So it's pretty interesting. All the media out there, everybody's out doing something right now. So
yeah, there was a foreign media, Dutch media, that came up and spoke to me earlier, and they were out here doing reports about the rise in alternative media, you know, using cell phones to cover stuff live, and, you know, not having that huge mainstream media backing that they have. You know, they're able to pay for all the high-speed equipment, and they have all that government money to really boost their production value up. And, you know, their amazement is the fact that, you know, we don't have that kind of money, and we're able to push out essentially the same quality reporting, same reports, you know, with great or better graphics and things like that. So,
well, we also don't have somebody above us shutting it down if we get into some area that they're not comfortable with. That's the key thing too.
Well, you got to remember back in August when Jakari, Josh, and I got out here, we were the first people to be doing that live streaming at that time.
Yeah.
And it really inspired, from what I heard. I have people come to me all the time. They're like, man, I've never done that before. That looks really neat. What do you have to do? And I was like, all you need is a phone and a way to charge the battery, and just go out and tell the world your opinion about stuff. And I think it's a great thing that, you know, it's sparked this rise in citizen journalists. Anybody can go out and really just show people what's going on. You don't have the mainstream media anymore and hear their narratives. And, you know, and like I said earlier, Fox News, they always say Michael Brown, the black teenager. They say Darren Wilson, the white police officer. They can't say that a police officer shot a young, unarmed man.
Yeah.
You know, they always want to create that racial division between everything.
That's right.
It's just one of the things that citizen journalists, they don't have to do that. They can go out and really be unbiased and go out there and give the truth.
You know, it's very important because we all know that the government, the NSA, is watching everything we do from a million different cameras. I think it's important that they know that we're watching them back. And one of the ways that we can really effectively do that is with live streaming. Put that up there. If they get it up, if they need to get it before a larger audience, of course, they can always contact us. And, you know, we can make that video go viral if it's really important. We can get that out there.
It's interesting. There's a group of 3 people that come out from time to time, and they're National Guard or maybe they're regular Army, but they come out and they start filming the crowd for a while, and then it looks like they go behind the line of the National Guard guys, have a discussion, go back and leave. So I don't know what they're doing, if they're trying to get footage of what they think are potential agitators or what, but there's been a lot more use of cameras on both sides now, not just the citizen journalists and the mainstream media and alternative media out here. It looks like the police and the military as well are starting to record everything going on.
Oh yeah.
I guess it's,
and part of that, Joe, is deliberate intimidation as well. I remember when we were at Bilderberg, they deliberately came out in uniform, the cops, and got very close to us, got in our faces and took pictures of us, and then we were taking pictures of them. So it's kind of interesting to step back and take a picture of essentially the standoff there between the journalists and the government.
Right, and that's...
Biggs, what about the crowd's reaction to the independent media versus the mainstream media? Do you think they're more receptive, knowing that you're with InfoWars and they don't trust the mainstream?
They were last night because, like I said, I was almost mugged by someone. The guy ran up to me when I was on West Florissant, and he kind of like grabbed my shoulder, and I spun around, and he saw the InfoWars on my mic, and he goes, "Oh, okay, I don't mess with you guys. You guys are cool," and then took off running and looking for other people. So I don't know if that means we have good street cred, but apparently today we don't, because I don't condone the burning of buildings and destroying a neighborhood. So I guess that makes me now an enemy.
Right, someone had his camera stolen as he was live streaming, and so it was actually live streaming him getting his camera stolen, and the person running really fast down the street.
That was the guy, Bassem Masri.
Yeah.
You'll see him quite a bit. He's been doing some interviews on CNN. He's a local citizen journalist who's been out here from the get-go, and from what I heard last night, that was a gentleman who had his phone taken from him.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, and I get a lot of people on Twitter saying, you know, Leanne, why are you saying this? And Paul is saying that, and Joe is saying this, and Alex is saying that. Why are you all allowed to, you know, Alex must be mad that you don't all say the same exact thing, but that is the beauty of being here at InfoWars. We don't have someone controlling the narrative here, telling us what to say. Right.
We don't have a teleprompter. We don't have a meeting where everybody tells us this is a line we're going to take, and we all have a little bit different take on this. I mean, you know, I look at this, and you know, I'm trying to not get caught up in the overly caught up in the details, but take the big picture, because there are so many cases. I think that's a key thing we need to keep hammering. So there's so many cases where there are clear-cut abuse of police power, and we see this across the nation. Something needs to be done to address that. It's not specifically Ferguson. It's not just this cop and that young man that's involved. We need to look at the bigger picture, because it is being driven. There's a national agenda behind this that's coming out of Washington, that's coming out of the Obama administration, out of Eric Holder's office. It's really disingenuous for Eric Holder to come down there to Ferguson when they're the ones who are driving these rules of engagement. They could be shutting it down if they didn't want to do that.
Right.
It looks like they're doing another shift change right now. There's more National Guard coming in. They're switching out behind the shields, and I guess they're going to reinforce the line and give these guys up here a chance to get a breather. But, you know, we're out here on the ground. We don't get any breathers.
Yeah, exactly. You guys have been out there for at least a week now.
I don't get to warm up until about 1 or 2 a.m. and then in a few hours I'll be back at it again.
Yeah, and the protesters have been out there for months, so that's, you know, wearing everyone down. But that's kind of the thing, like, what happens next? And that's what they're really, you know, talking about, controlling this narrative, controlling the agenda, controlling the message, controlling what's happening here at Ferguson, because what happens next? Do people just end this here with Ferguson, always thinking about a black man was killed by a white cop, and then people started burning down buildings and it got out of control? Or do we continue to speak about reining in a militarized police force and rules of engagement for the police there with the people that they're supposed to be protecting and serving?
Well, long before that happens, they'll come up with, they'll create another crisis and move it off of this.
one of the biggest things, though, is we can't trust the police officers to
investigate
to do
themselves.
the right to do the right thing as well. I mean, we as citizens need to know our rights to the T, and point out when they do that, and be like, hey, what you're doing is wrong. You know, and like I always tell people, if I get pulled over, if I stop, I start recording everything, just for my safety and for their safety as well. But you don't know if this guy, was allowed to cheat on some of his tests. You don't know if he knows everything. You don't know what his beliefs or backgrounds are. So as a citizen, you have to be armed with the Constitution. You need to know your rights, and that's the only way to make it out here without getting screwed over.
And of course, people do that in Keene, New Hampshire, as part of the Free State Project in that particular city. They're watching each other's back, so they have a network. If you get pulled over by the cops for some minor traffic violation or whatever, the call goes out, and your friends and neighbors show up to watch your back, to film the encounter, to ask the police, who's the victim here? Because really there isn't a victim in these kind of traffic stops. So it's very important for us to stand together, to know our rights. And as I pointed out before, one of the main goals that we need to see in every one of these communities is we need to talk about what the mission of the police is going to be, and we need to set up permanent independent commissions like Frank Serpico pointed out. He's somebody who has been a part of this. He has seen the system from inside out. He's seen the system turn against him. He knows as well as we do, because we've seen this over and over again. The system, the government will not investigate itself honestly. It will always exonerate itself, no matter what. And that's what we saw here again. We saw this done, the government investigating itself, doing it in secret, and then releasing the information in a way that was calculated to create division.
Right.
And that's really the
character.
Yeah, that's really the story here at Ferguson.
Yeah, we need to make sure we can repost the Frank Serpico rules.
Well, we need to get Frank Serpico on. He's been on the Alex Jones show many times, and we're trying to get him on, but he's a difficult guy to reach.
I
think he makes it a little bit difficult to reach him for good reasons. So we'll see.
Some pretty good answers.
Let's go back to the feed there and see what's going on there, guys. What's happening?
I mean, they're still letting cars come through. I can't believe this. Look at this. I mean, they're starting to line up now.
Because they're thinking, maybe they'll, tip one of these cars over, or someone will finally bash in a window, and then we can move in with our tanks. I mean...
Well, I just don't get, especially if you're in this area and you drive down this road, you have to have seen the news of what's been going on. I mean, I would stay very clear of this road just in case my car is the next one to get lit on fire, flipped over.
Right.
One of the things, too, I want to pass this on to you, Joe, when we were talking to the experienced firefighter, Ken Moran. He said, make sure you guys wear your masks when there are fires there, because there are a lot of things that you will not see, you will not smell, that can cause a lot of permanent damage to you. So make sure you always put those masks on if you see a fire, whether or not you see smoke or smell anything.
Dude, it's nerve damage.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard him say that.
Okay, good. All right.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. Yep. Just shout loud, and we'll hear you through the gas mask.
Yeah. Were you guys able to hear me pretty good last night when I was screaming?
Yeah, we could hear you. You didn't need to take it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering whether or not I was going to be able to talk today, because I had to really amp it up a few notches.
We need to rig those things with an internal mic.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to work on that when I get back.
Yeah, why don't we go to...
Everything's pretty cool. Everything's pretty calm so far.
All right, let's take a quick break, and we're going to be right back. Stay with us. We've got live feed from Ferguson, Missouri. Joe Biggs and Shakari Jackson.
The facts are in. The studies are legion. Sodium fluoride and other members of the fluorine family that are added to Western water supplies are devastating the health and cognitive ability of the people that drink it. So the question is, why are the social engineers adding it to the water? Simple. Dumb down the host population that the parasitic technocracy is feeding on. We developed Fluoride Shield to be the highest quality, highest standards, because I use it every day and my family uses it every single day. Let's take a closer look at the ingredients that make up this special proprietary formula. Tamarind has been celebrated for its ability to immobilize toxic fluoride residues, while zeolites have a long history of attracting and holding toxic compounds. Enter fulvic acid, an excellent cleansing agent. Then we added the highest quality shilajit, a rare compound that is collected from the high mountains of the Himalayas. We topped it all off with the powerhouse herb cilantro that is intended to mobilize fluoride and other dangerous compounds for removal from the body. And the final touch to energize this formula is our proprietary nascent iodine. And as always, consult your physician as well, because that is important. And finally, Fluoride Shield, Survival Shield, and all the products at InfoWarsLife.com grew out of my quest to try to find the very best compounds from God's cornucopia to protect myself and my family. And from our research, I believe we are bringing you the best, highest quality products. And you have that commitment from Alex Jones and the entire InfoWars crew. To harness and use fire, we were involved in agrarian activities. That is, taking the seeds of plants and then replanting them to produce more. The very foundation of our modern civilization and human culture is centered around the planting and cultivation of edible plants.
Here are some of the amazing deals at InfoWars Seed Center at InfoWarsShop.com.
The Survival Seed Vault by My Patriot Supply features only the finest survival heirloom seeds for a robust and hardy garden, even in the toughest times. We also have starter varieties of the deluxe seed packages for fruit, salad, salsa, peppers, medical herbs, and more.
Go to the InfoWars Seed Center at InfoWarsShop.com.
And remember, the revolution against tyranny is growing. In the past decade, we have witnessed unparalleled scientific discoveries in the area of health. But no one has put together a formula that focuses directly on brain health, nerve growth factors, and optimizing your cellular energy at the same time. DNA Force is one of the most expensive formulas to produce. Some of the ingredients in DNA Force are $12,000 a kilogram. We are using the coveted, patented, only American source of PQQ, CoQ10, and more. You want the best that's out there at the lowest price anywhere? Well, we're bringing you a total win-win. The ultimate value, cutting-edge, trailblazing game changer that also supports the InfoWar. We have produced a limited run of DNA Force, and it will take up to 12 weeks to produce more once we sell out. Secure your DNA Force today at InfoWarsLife.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. DNA Force from InfoWars Life.
The average person's life is filled with unexpected challenges. Unlock the energy it takes to defeat these daily beasts with super male or super female vitality, specifically designed to assist the body in regulating proper hormone balance to create vitality in males and females. Supercharge and conquer your world at InfoWarsLife.com or call 1-888-253-3139.
For all of recorded history, civilizations around the world praised the health benefits of silver. At InfoWars Life, our mission is to bring you the highest quality, purest, cleanest, effective colloidal silver on the market today for the lowest price available. You don't have to be a doctor to know. The fall and winter months are the most dangerous time of year in North America when it comes to you and your family's health. InfoWarsLife.com is very excited to announce our biggest run yet of Silver Bullet colloidal silver, exclusively available at InfoWarsLife.com. InfoWarsLife.com. Now, InfoWarsLife.com has taken colloidal silver to the next level using a cutting-edge technique that is free of toxic artificial additives. Now more than ever, it's important to stock up on high-quality silver bullet from InfoWarsLife.com and to help others during Christmas by teaching them about the powerful benefits of silver. Secure your silver bullet today at InfoWarsLife.com or by calling toll-free 888-253-3139.
Introducing the first proprietary oxygen-based intestinal cleanser, OxyPowder, backed by FDA-approved phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials. All the toxins from the air, the food, the water, ultimately ends up in the gut or affects the gut. Take your health into your own hands and start cleansing your body today with OxyPowder. Secure your OxyPowder today at InfoWarsLife.com. That's InfoWarsLife.com.
Traffic is building rapidly downtown as citizens rush to get home.
They are starting to board the windows up. They are preparing for the worst.
Purging, we advise you to get off the streets. It'll soon be a war up there.
This is the commencement of the annual purge. At the siren, all crime, including murder, will be legal. All emergency services will be suspended.
You know how dangerous it is. This won't bring him back. It won't make you feel any better. Don't do this.
It's late. It's late.
Your government thanks you for your participation.
We will continue to make sure this community is safe, the property is safe, and the rights and the freedoms that we have are maintained. But I can tell you the men and women of law enforcement did an outstanding job last night and showed a lot of courage.
They're arguing they did as good a job as they possibly could last night. Well, clearly it was not a very good job based on the results.
I think those people are in denial. It's just astonishing that the chief could sit there and say, I didn't think mistakes were made.
Welcome back to this live edition of the InfoWars Nightly News. I'm David Knight here with Leanne McAdoo. We've been talking to our reporters in Ferguson, Missouri, Jakari Jackson and Joe Biggs, who are reporting live from the streets of Ferguson tonight, assessing the situation, live streaming on Ustream. And of course, maybe you're watching us on our YouTube feed. If you're watching us there, please remember to subscribe if you're not a subscriber to our YouTube channel. We also have a paid subscription service, Prison Planet TV. If you're not a subscriber to that, your subscription helps to support our operation. It also gives you access to our nightly news every night, not just on special events. We were here live last night. We're here live again tonight. We had live coverage that was streaming for the election that we made available to everyone. But if you are a Prison Planet subscriber, you will get that live feed every weeknight at 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And of course, it helps to support our operation. You can share that with 20 other people, and you can also give the documentaries of Alex Jones, and that is one of the best ways for people to wake up. Also, we have a free newsletter that you can get at our website. It's right there on the right-hand side. There's a box. You can subscribe to that. You will see exclusive special content there that you don't see anywhere else. You don't see that on our live on our website or on our InfoWars Nightly News. And you're also going to see some specials for the people who are following us on a regular basis, people who subscribe to our newsletters. This week, we're going to have some specials from InfoWarsLife.com. Those will be announced 24 hours early to the people who are newsletter subscribers. So there's a real benefit there. If you want to try some of our InfoWars Life products, we try to make the very best, purest products that are going to help to build your immune system, help protect you from infection, help to shield you from the many things that you cannot avoid in this modern world with all the contaminants and toxins that are put into our food and water supplies. We're going to go back to our reporters in Ferguson, Missouri, and catch up with them and see what's going on. There's been a gradual building of tension tonight. Started out very low-key. Then the police have started building up their presence, have gotten closer in a more confrontational posture to the people that are there. And as we left for break, they were getting quite close. They had already arrested a few people who had thrown a few things at the police. However, at this point, there hasn't been, as far as we know, last we talked to our reporters there on the ground, there haven't been any shootings like we saw last night, any massive arson or anything like that. But as you can see from this aerial shot, they're already kind of drawing up battle lines. Joe, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am now on West Florissant. We are on the street that used to be a very busy road with businesses everywhere, and now you can see there's a National Guard standing on the corners of the road with their M4 assault rifles. The police they've had this whole area blocked off, and you're not allowed to really go anywhere. All the businesses are either boarded up or burnt down. It's just a sad sight to see. I mean, it's just like a ghost town.
This is what a police state looks like.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't go down this way?
That's what it looks like. And that's a sad thing.
They're not even allowing any of us to walk down this way. This is as far as we can go. At the corner where the Ferguson Market and Liquor is, the McDonald's right here, and then across the street, the Family Dollar. They're not allowing anybody else to go down that way. This whole place is now just in ruins.
Yeah. It's a bit too late for them to be protecting it now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
they could have done it last night, and of course, this is what they were doing 3 months ago in August. They, when you guys were there, they had people looting the stores. You're talking about how the police just drove right past it.
Well, now the big story is going to be, oh, well, there was no rioting or looting because we had 2,200 National Guardsmen there. So.
Yeah. Well, and of course, earlier tonight we had a guy in the crowd come over with a face mask on and get confrontational to Jakari Jackson, who's concerned about your comments earlier today on the radio show saying that you didn't think that burning down black businesses was a form of protest. You thought it was more of a terrorist act. I would agree with you.
Yeah, I just don't get why that's going to, I mean, how that could even be taken out of context.
Yeah.
To be quite honest. I mean, the act of burning down, I mean, look at this place. This is a dead zone. I mean, this is like a black hole. I mean, there's nothing here now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just police on the streets and military.
Yeah.
And I mean, what was the purpose of this? I mean, no point was made. There was no justice out of this. Nothing happened. And now you don't have places to go to anymore. There's people out here that can't go to work.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Not going to be able to feed their family.
And let's make it clear, you know, the act of arson, the act of looting, those have always been considered things that people could be shot on sight for doing because of the risk that presents to life, the immediate risk that it presents to life. But it's also most definitely destroyed the livelihood of these small businessmen. And that's what I've said many times. I have so much sympathy for the people who have invested years, decades into their businesses in terms of time and capital for the people who work for them. And it's quite likely that a lot of these businesses will not be able to come back even if they wanted to give it another try.
Exactly. I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, really, I mean, you're going to put trust back into this. Are you really going to invest more money and try to come out here?
Yeah.
It's just so sad because this place was flourished. I mean, so many people out here every day busy. You know, last week when we were out here, it was just a normal, regular town where everyone was going to the store, walking to the store, going to different places, enjoying their week like they would any other time. And now they're unable to do that. Now everything is shut down, and you have military walking up and down the roads with M4 rifles and police shooting up and down the roads. And as you can see, I mean, this is all that's out here.
Now, as we went to break, you were talking about how it looked like the tension was building up. The police were getting closer, getting into the faces of the demonstrators that were there. How is it looking now? Is things looking is it about the same, better, worse?
That was on South Florissant. I mean, we're on West Florissant now. We wanted to come out here and see the situation out here, if they were going to let this road be open or if they were still going to have it closed off. And you can see almost a half a mile down, there's just nothing but police lights everywhere. I mean, this was like I said, a very busy neighborhood just down a few hundred yards, and now there's nothing but squad cars on every corner and Humvees and armed soldiers.
Right, so they're letting all the traffic funnel through where the protesters are and where all the police are lined up in the National Guard.
Yeah, where there's no one at, it's being guarded, and where there's everyone, there's potential for, you know, loss of life and a lot of damage. They're not really doing a lot that they could over in that area.
Right, just like last night.
I mean, it's amazing. All right, there's action over here. Let's go to the other spot real quick for a while and focus our attention there.
Yeah, you know, the only thing is I can understand the frustration of people to feel that the system is absolutely ignoring them, that the system does not work, that they have no voice in the system. I mean, we look back at the situation in the 60s, and Martin Luther King essentially says the same thing, that these acts of violence grow out of a sense of complete disconnection and disenfranchisement. So I understand that. Now, we got a feed up that's looking at New York. Looks like there's a large protest going on there. We had a feed earlier from Rhode Island that Dan Badandi had, that people were protesting there. Of course, there's feeds going on. There's protests going on in California as well. Can you tell, Rob, that looks like a peaceful protest as far as I can tell? It looks like people are marching. Is that correct?
Yeah, it just looks like a march, but they are blocking traffic. So.
Yeah, and this New York, obviously they're standing in solidarity with Ferguson, but they've been experiencing just an onslaught of people being killed by police officers. We had a guy who was choked to death. Why? Because he was selling individual cigarettes. So the cop puts him in an illegal chokehold, kills him. Then we obviously have...
this is back in Ferguson right now. It looks like the crowd is moving.
Okay.
I can't tell if those are cops in the front, but it looks like they do have face shields.
We got a.
No, it looks like protesters.
Yeah,
those are protesters.
Yeah, we're heading back over now.
Yeah, we got an aerial shot. Looks like people are moving down the street. And Rob said it looks like protesters.
Yeah, and it's weird because that's exactly what's happening in New York right now as well. They're marching city blocks.
I've seen some people trying to make a case for violence, like we saw last night, saying that was a legitimate form of protest. They even made an example of the Tea Party. They said all these Tea Partiers are complaining, and yet look at the very incident that they take their name from. You know, property was destroyed. But that was a very different type of thing. And let me tell you why it was different. Because it was a measured, focused response directed towards a specific thing, their tax on tea. And they had a very specific thing that they wanted. And that was exactly what I was saying, the difference about the Bundy Ranch protest versus just mindlessly burning down the neighborhood. When you look at the Boston Tea Party, yes, they destroyed some private property, but it was there to make the point about this tax on tea. They wanted to they had a specific thing that they were looking for. They need to have something that is going to make their community better, that's going to stop these rules of engagement with the police. They need to put that forward as a very specific objective of their civil disobedience, instead of just saying we need respect or we're not happy with the way we're being treated. I mean, that's just not well thought out. I mean, too many times in relationships, you hear the lady say, I just don't feel like I'm respected, or what? And it's like, well, what do you want me to do? I mean, that's a typical male reaction. It's like, they're not going to read the minds of protesters. They're not going to come up and present the protesters with a list and say, you know, I understand that you're not happy with the way that you're being treated right now, so let me propose some changes in our relationship here.
Right.
They're going to have to come to the police. They're going to have a concrete set of relationship changes that they want to have there. That's what's going to have to happen if they're going to see anything change.
These people are really moving very quickly. I'm curious
we're heading back
what's been given. Right now. There's been some sort of a plan that's being implemented now, or they're all sort of marching in one direction. Yeah.
There's a car. Looks like it's leading them.
We don't know. Is the entire crowd of protesters leaving? Is it just some, and then there's still people there by the police station? We can't tell with that aerial footage, but definitely on the move.
All right, so we got a
helicopter shining the light down now at the crowd from where we're at. We're driving down a road back that way. We just wanted everyone to see just how empty that area is now, and how there's just nothing there anymore, and just what the destruction caused last night, and how it's really going to affect this neighborhood for a very long time.
Looks like a police helicopter is lighting up that situation.
Yeah, we can see it from where we're at. We're about a mile back, and I can see that helicopter shooting a light down at the crowd from here in the sky.
And a car was just driving down the street, but it made a U-turn. It's booking it the other way, so the traffic that had been just allowed to move right down that street is now they're redirecting themselves because they're realizing that there's a huge crowd of protesters headed their way. That's why it's not.
So it looks like the protesters are going to do a march now, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So they're turning it into a march.
Some of them are doing the hands up, don't shoot, move.
Is that what it looks like to you, Joe? Does it look like they've, instead of standing there with signs and shouting, now they've decided to take a march?
I'm almost a mile away. I'm driving back right now, but all I can see is a helicopter flying up in the air. When I look over to my right out of the windshield, and I see him shooting that light down at the crowd. It looks like it's moving. It looks like it's moving in the opposite direction of where that season's greetings sign is.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Bit of irony.
Is that what we're able to see from the live feed? From the helicopter?
Yeah, that's what we see.
We see
the
marching,
people marching
under a bridge that's got the Christmas lights there. I wish I could tell which direction that is, but
oh, that's probably the opposite direction of last night then. So that is a that's an area where there's quite a few people protecting businesses.
Right, and that's what I'm wondering. Are they marching somewhere else where they haven't done anything yet, or I mean, where are they taking this confrontation?
After what happened last night, there are a lot of people out here protecting businesses and exercising that Second Amendment.
And that's what I'm worried about. I mean, that was, you know, one of the only things I could think of justifying not having the huge police presence there last night is that we did get these reports that people were arming themselves. Obviously, we had a lot of shots fired last night. So, I mean, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Just with exchanging fire there. What is happening?
What's going on with those cars there? Are they just stopping because it's a crowd of people, or
I'm not
is
sure.
that police?
Yeah, those cars look like they met the protesters on the road, and then they turned around. It looks like they're waiting for them to pass so they can go.
Okay.
But it is, there's another car that was in the street. I don't think they're cop cars.
Yeah, no, they don't look like it. But, I mean, if that was me, I'd be gone.
Different town, yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, they're mixing it up now. Yeah.
No, a car just came speeding at us.
Are they? Wait,
that is
they're
a
on a
police
cop
car.
car. They're on a cop car. They're climbing. They've got demonstrators attacking a police car now.
Now, why would a police car be left right out there? That seems like bait.
People attacking another police car right now.
Yeah,
that looks like
an empty police car.
Yeah. Hey, we're just going to leave a cop car here for no
And did
reason.
the whole entire crowd say, oh, there's a cop car over there. Let's go get that cop car. Someone probably was there provocateuring in the crowd.
Joe, where'd you park the car?
All right, so they're not going to...
you left it over there. It's like...
We're about to be on the ground right now.
Oh, this is just... Somebody instigated this. That whole crowd went over to go and get
they
this
just broke a window.
Cop car, and
they'll probably set it on fire.
Somebody incited this crowd to do this. This is...
This
now
was
they
in
can turn it
Canada.
on.
They did this during, it was a, I don't know if it was a G20 meeting or it was one of those meetings up in Canada. I think it was in Banff, Canada. And what happened was they left the cars, let the people come destroy them, and then that gave the cops pretext to go in and after people. McBreen just brought that up.
Yep.
And all the cameras are rolling. And notice how there's cameras all there in the front.
Probably have to follow the helicopter.
There it goes.
They're
They're
rocking
gonna tip it.
They're gonna,
See, and you can see how, because all of these people were all the way down.
You must tip
Is
it.
the helicopter? Is the helicopter shining the light on it right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's way off.
Come
We're
back down.
walking up there right now.
Ooh.
Coming back down. See, someone said, let's go tip this cop car over. If that's the one thing that they can loot tonight or riot against.
But why would you leave a cop car there in the middle of nowhere? There's nothing going on right there. Why would that car be left there? I mean, that is a bait car. That's it. There it is. They just threw. Did you see? They just threw a bomb in there.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? That
the guy.
was...
We just had the guy reel his hands back and throw it in there.
And
look,
that
the
they
cameras
need
are
to
there on
back
cue.
up.
Yeah.
That's...
Well, Rob, as you know, sometimes the police leave cop cars out for hiring purposes.
Yeah.
Maybe it was there to intimidate speeders.
Yeah.
It's just left.
Now
it's on fire now, so I guess they got what they wanted. Does it? You know, who's this going to affect? It's going to affect the property tax owners who pay property tax. Their rates are going to go up because they got to buy new cars now for the police force to oppress them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's how it works.
They'll need faster, better cars, fancier ones that are like what we're seeing here in Austin that you can't even tell they're cop cars anymore.
But they've also got their photo op that they wanted. That's the key thing.
Justifying
as
the
Darren and
bigger,
Rob
badder
pointed out.
state.
All right, we're almost up there.
Looks like it's getting engulfed right now.
Yep.
Yeah, don't get too close. Because the cop cars, don't they have nitrous in them?
Oh, I don't know.
And among other things? That's just
It's like
dangerous.
stuff is exploding. The electronics look like they're going crazy on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, that's so dangerous.
Well, we're running toward.
You guys be careful. Because somebody's going to show up. Pretend they didn't know that happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Talking to some people on the roof watching. My eyes in the sky.
Well, and so that's what, so it looks like the protesters are now walking back. Some of them are running back to another building.
Looks like they're going around back of the apartment right now, or whatever that building was. I'm assuming it's an apartment, but it's boarded up on the ground level.
Yeah. So there's a big group of them running behind a building. Some of the protesters are leaving. So they pretty much just came to destroy this cop car, and now...
Yeah, this is like the first strike, the first, casting the first stone, essentially.
Yeah.
Are they going to, start doing little pockets of vandalism?
It's a sacrificial lamb to start the ritual of the riot ritual, going back and forth.
I hear some yelling.
Somebody just sped by where Biggs was at really quickly.
I hear yelling and...
Yeah, and a Mustang.
Know that. I'm just glad.
You guys got your masks with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that thing's burning.
Under the bridge now.
So we got another cop car that's pulled up to assess the scene.
I can smell the smoke now.
Well, don't run so hard. Put your mask on. You don't need to get some toxic fumes there.
Yeah.
Whoa, there's tons of police shooting up here now.
Yeah.
Running.
Hey, David Knight.
Everybody's running.
Yeah.
I can't help but think about Reginald Denny right now in the 1992 LA riots. I just hope it doesn't escalate to that type of situation.
Yeah, that's a shame when you see this. It's a really kind of a kick the cat attitude, isn't it? You know, they get mad at somebody and then they go take somebody. They don't, like they did in LA, you're talking about, they stopped a trucker, a white trucker, pulled him out of the cab, and you can watch them from an aerial camera, dropping a cinder block on him and everything. I mean, it's just, to me, that is just so senseless and cowardly. They don't want to confront the people that they're really angry with, and so they go kick a cat.
That cop car is really... Those people are breathing in the...
Yeah, they left that one behind. They forgot where it was.
Yeah. Oops.
Now they remembered.
Oh, yeah, they took the bait.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Took the bait. Make sure you got your mask on.
Yeah, don't breathe in that smoke.
Police smoke. Police car smoke.
Smoke screen.
A lot of burning electronics and everything else in there.
Mm-hmm. Put your mask on.
Put the mask on.
I will. Just give me a second.
Goodness. Yeah, that sounds like it's
You're wearing us, Joe. Feel like your mommy and daddy here.
I know. Now lay low, guys.
As you can see, they got it out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I mean, there was tons of squad cars that pulled up. That is crazy.
Yeah, and I just wonder what the word was that was given to go.
Joe, where's Jakari at?
What's that on our feet?
Oh, we got
Okay, he's with you.
Yeah, he's standing to my left, a couple arms lengths away.
We know he'll be getting some good footage.
Tell him to get his mask on, too.
Mm-hmm.
I want you guys to get sick.
Now.
I'm just curious what the word was that They say, oh, a cop left his car over here. Let's go get it. Well, because they just did that really fast. That, and then, boom, a big crowd of them ran back the other way.
Just happened to go down, turn right, down the the correct street, and then voila, there's a police car.
Voila.
Nobody around. What a find. So.
We're standing right outside of the City Hall. This is the City Hall building right here. So I guess they had the squad car parked out here and left. And as you can see, look, there's a whole bunch of bricks on the ground.
Well, I mean, at least they've maybe gotten the message that they don't want to tear down their buildings. That's the wrong person, you know, the wrong message to send. You're tearing down your own community. That's not who you're mad at.
Well, I'm surprised that they left an abandoned car there, even in front of the City Hall, because
There's a guy who lives over here, I guess, in his house, and he's standing outside yelling at everyone, asking them why their cameras are on the police and not on the people who broke into the car and then lit it on fire. He's waving sticks around, so I would go talk to him, but I really don't feel like getting knocked over the head right now.
Right. So here, he's someone who's in his home, in his neighborhood, and he doesn't want to be a victim of this looting or rioting or, you know.
The cop just pushed the lady out. I guess she was hiding over here.
We can actually see Jakari and Joe on the live feed there at the top of the screen there.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see us from the helicopter? We're waving.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Left
it's
or right?
pulling out. The top, just right up in the top. There he is. You can see him waving. Technology.
Whoa, here comes the Come on, that's not.
Uh-oh, there they come.
Yeah. This usually means gas is getting ready to be deployed.
Okay, Roger. I'm trying.
Uh-oh.
I got hurt.
Our guys are at the top corner, so.
We're having a little bit of problem with his feed. It's breaking up. You could hear it in the audio as it was stretching out his voice.
The cop over there just came up to me and said, "Hey, Joe, how you doing? I really enjoyed your story the other night from your live feed about your tattoos." That's this guy right here. So I guess.
And of course, the people that did this to the car are gone.
Yeah.
They're all gone. They're probably doing something on the other side now.
Yeah. There's, you know, when they know when the cops come here, then they're going to do something somewhere else. So they're going to have their own tactics. See, this is...
Now they're guarding the burned out police car, I guess.
Right, I mean, they're... Clearly the people who did this are already long gone. But why, you know, why did
they were running by us as we were walking up, so yeah.
And so I guess most of the National Guard is out throughout St. Louis and other neighborhoods, just making sure that this is all sort of contained within this one
I guess area. This is the purge neighborhood where they can go in and vent and, you know, call the population, at least call the businesses that had built up.
Right.
They're saying get out of the streets.
That must be so frightening to be the people that are there in their homes, sheltering in place, and then this just comes down your street. You have no control over what is about to happen outside.
I can hear glass or something. Maybe someone's kicking glass. I can't tell. Yeah, these are different police officers.
Hey, Joe, can you please have the car restart his Pterodactyl?
Yeah, they want you to restart it again.
So I wonder what now they're looking in the car. What are they looking for in there?
I don't know. We can't get close. Wow, there's even more officers. Where these guys come from? Oh, they must have been walking from the station over.
I guess they're just making sure that the police car doesn't get destroyed even further.
Well, I think they're letting the fire department investigate it, so maybe what would be the cause of. I mean, obviously they threw a brick through there, but maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it is smart to make sure that the fire is all the way out and isn't going to blow up. But here we have the police are right there in the danger zone if it does.
Oh, put on your gas mask.
Oh boy.
Oh, they're getting ready to shoot canisters.
Oh, yep.
Wow, they're lining up now. There they go.
Oh, shit. Hold on, give me a second, guys. I got to put this on.
Oh, yeah.
Just, they're starting from really far back with the canisters.
It's so cold, the goggles won't stay unfogged.
So I don't even know where they're throwing these projectiles. There really wasn't a crowd or just kind of putting up a smoke screen over this
I think
area.
this is something the police state does when they arrive at an area. They like to shoot gas off to show everybody how impressive they are.
Here we are.
Yeah, here we are. It's a party.
Breathe the tyranny. This is like a...
Have you got your mask on, Joe?
This cop is assaulting. Yeah, but this cop's assaulting Jakari.
Whoa.
He started pushing us. I know about you jokers. And now he's running around just like swatting his baton at people.
Get the camera on him.
Yeah, I got the camera on him. Get the camera on this guy.
Now here he comes again. They're getting ready to start swatting the stick at us.
Make sure you film
Try
it.
to keep your camera on him as you back away.
I'm trying to do what I can without me getting shot.
Don't get shot.
Biggs, you've already taken a bullet.
Coming behind you, coming behind you.
Wow.
Jakari, where you at? Oh, okay.
Tell Jakari to get a good night shot of him.
You got your night vision on? See if you can get some.
I can see okay.
You can see the tear gas in the air, a cloud of it.
This guy's just running around clubbing people. Make sure, see if you can read his name tag, even if you can't get a shot of it.
Yeah, they don't have those on.
Yeah.
They have those covered up, sure.
They've got their winter coats on.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's Officer Grumpy. I think that's what he's mad about when I made the tweet, hashtag Officer Grumpy. I think that's what he's a little upset about. I mean, all he has to do is learn to smile every now and then, maybe reach out, hug somebody, be friendly.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the things Serpico suggested is knowing your community.
That's right.
Don't just come in there swinging a billy club.
Where are you? Which way are we going now?
This way. This way.
Towards the road?
Oh, they got the dogs.
Gas off again.
And they got the dogs.
And got dogs. I can hear the dogs.
Yeah, he's right beside me. And they're shooting again. Here we go.
Where are the dogs?
In the vehicle beside me. If it didn't have the vehicle there, I'm sure it would like to eat me.
Oh, my goodness. That's frightening.
It's not pleasant. Oh, there's a fire down here. You see it?
Yeah.
Hey, Jakari. Jakari.
What?
Jakari, over here. Look at this.
And this is where it makes it really, you know, you have to play devil's advocate because you have people burning, you know, burning buildings down and breaking windows and tearing businesses down. And
well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you know,
what are the police supposed to do?
There are legitimate.
No, but the helicopter needs to go check the other side of the area where everyone's been and make sure that they're not doing the same thing on the other side now.
Yeah, that's what we're saying is they're dividing and conquering.
You know, it's just like we don't have a problem with police protecting their lives and protecting the lives of other people. That's what they should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the problem is when they go beyond that. And so this is a situation where you've now got people who are going beyond anything that's reasonable. And
I'm walking this way.
That's just as wrong.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, well, you're going to treat us like criminals. Well, then we're going to act this way. If we can't get any justice, then...
Yeah.
The self-fulfilling prophecy.
All right, I'm trying to put my mask back on. We're walking to a big, thick cloud of tear gas.
All right. Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, I can't see anything, though. Yikes.
We're getting your feed. We can see.
Yeah, what's up? Whoa,
and I hear it.
We can hear you fine, Joe, and we can probably see better than you can.
Yeah.
So don't worry. Everything's good.
Don't take your mask off.
I had to for a second. I can't see anything.
No.
So it's tear gas or smoke?
It's definitely not fresh, clean air.
Yeah.
Keep the mask on.
I sure wish I had a nice cold glass of non-fluoridated. Whoa! Right up towards me. Whoa, someone just threw rocks towards me too from the other end.
Wow.
You're right in the middle. Back out. Don't get hurt. Yeah, back out to the side.
Whoa!
Chill, Biggs. Get out of the line of fire.
And Biggs, there's an old scuba trick. You can spit on your fingers and rub it
on your
lenses. Yeah, it'll keep them from fogging up.
Yep.
Be careful, though.
You guys are about ready to attack me, dude. I'm just trying to get epic footage.
Wow.
I think he kind of likes it.
Yeah, he does.
This is just a bigger sidewalk.
Parking lot.
Yeah, it's...
If we don't get on the sidewalk, we're going to be arrested.
Well, is they getting a break in the bank? Is it the bank
Jakari. I guess
Private
people are
property.
destroying property around here somewhere. I'm going to try to see what's going on. You can hear a loudspeaker. Oh, that's an MRAP.
Yeah, I mean, that's private property, so... That's why they're saying the National Guard was brought in to protect private property.
Have you seen any National Guard tonight? We got, I mean, besides at the very beginning, they were standing there.
By the police station.
The police station, but did they disappear?
I don't think they're going to use them from this. I think the National Guard is supposed to protect places so these guys can come out and do this.
Right. So the police can prove that they're not.
All right, well, I gotta put this down for a second so I can unfog my glasses.
Yeah, use the spit on the lens trick. That always used to work for scuba diving.
Yeah.
Spit on your lenses, rub it around.
They're all running in the road now, and they're all telling them not to. So now that's exactly the opposite of what's going on. Everybody decided to run into the road.
They're just be disobedient.
So I guess getting out of the street means getting into it.
Yeah, they're. They're just
out here.
not gonna abide by that authority. Now they've lost all respect for whatever their words are. I mean, they don't even care about their life at this point, and that's a whole other form of civil disobedience. You know, it's just not civil.
Get on to the sidewalk.
Well, I'm dispersed. You what?
Get back onto the sidewalks. You are allowed to protest from there.
How long do you give it, Jakari, until they start shooting?
So it looks like the police just established a free speech zone.
It's free speech area. That's right.
They're telling them they're allowed to protest in this certain area.
You can exercise your free speech in the sidewalk, just like they had the little cordoned area there at the Bundy Ranch. This is a First Amendment area.
There's like a giant cloud of tear gas blowing by now. Stings the nostrils.
But there's others that are just blockading the street, basically saying if you're going to bring the vehicles through here, you're going to have to go through us. It's like a human bridge.
I know.
It's sad because I understand the frustration, and it's just such a futile way to express it.
Right. They're just frustrated. I mean, this is rising out of frustration and feeling like your voices are not heard, like Black lives don't matter. This is what we're hearing over and over again, and they're not large, they're not really getting out of hand. It's still essentially, for the most part, a peaceful protest, but obviously you always are going to have a few people that are a little more hot-headed and are apt to get violent and commit crime. But for the majority, these people are fed up. This is frustration.
Oh. That's the guy who doesn't like me. Well, that's his problem. And this guy is just like, he's just been whacking everybody with that baton.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's a fine line here. It's not like we hate the cops or dislike the cops. Obviously, they have a job to do. It's just that they've lost sight of what that job is, and have somewhere along the line, the word came down that we're the enemy. Yeah, we hate bullies.
Yep.
And it's it's their problem too. They need to be checking each other. And when they see one of their comrades in blue doing something that is against the Constitution, violates people's rights, is wrong.
They need to think about what kind of a world they're creating, what kind of a world they're leaving to their children. You know, Kelly Thomas's dad was a cop. Their children, they may find one day they've got a child who's got some mental issues, is homeless, and might get beaten to death in the streets if they don't get the system under control.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I survived
That's so true.
Another fan. Another fan waiting to crack my head open with a baton.
Ferguson, this is an unlawful assembly. We all need to disperse now, or you'll be subject to arrest.
Whoa, I'm about to be subject to be getting backed up by a car. I can, the MRAPs are coming up.
How does it turn into an unlawful protest?
When they say so.
Well, when they get tired of being out here and, oh, here's an LRAD. Whoa, never mind. No, it's not. My bad.
Obviously, you don't.
Oh, he's got the gun pointed at people, though. There we go.
Yeah.
He just spun around in his turret.
Getting into Judge Dredd territory here. This is now an unlawful protest because I say it's unlawful.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, you can protest there, but not here. That's what bullies do. They draw a line in the sand and dare you to cross over it. Just...
He said that this is an unlawful assembly now. You guys see this?
I see it.
I'm on a sidewalk.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, this is a very lawful place to be. We're on the sidewalk. But now you can't. You can't. It's once they get tired and fed up, and that's when it's unlawful.
Yeah.
There's just people walking by just kind of laughing at the fact that, they just said, get off the road, you can be on the sidewalk. Now they're saying that everyone needs to go back to their car, that everything, just being out here in general is now unlawful.
Mm-hmm.
So the cops are now
justified this. They said they've now justified this. Now it's all, no matter what, it is an unlawful assembly, and everyone has to go back to their cars, or they will be subject to arrest.
Yeah, quite frankly, what he's giving you is an unconstitutional order because the First Amendment specifically protects people's right to peacefully assemble and redress their grievances. So if you're standing there peacefully complaining about their unlawful actions, that is specifically protected by the highest law in the land. So,
and the majority of the people are standing on the sidewalk, and they're listening to the orders of getting out of the street. And you have some people crossing the street, but I mean, you could see the majority of the people are obeying orders. They're just assembling.
People are coming down from this hilltop.
People coming down from what?
The hilltop.
People coming down this from where this building is. It looks like someone found a trash can and decided to throw it and toss it.
Oh.
They are starting to block this area off. The helicopter's gotten a little bit lower now.
I respect what you do, but what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to find where Jakari went. There he is. They turned over a whole bunch of stuff. You can see these big flower pots that were out here. Flipped them all over up and down the sidewalk. They've all been flipped. Nah, where is that coming from? The gas is just lingering around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, get your mask on.
Gosh.
Can't see.
What do you say about media personnel, Joe?
Do I know?
Didn't he just say something about media personnel? Did he say something about that?
He said anybody out here needs to leave now.
We need to return to our vehicles immediately. This is an unlawful assembly. Destroying property here in Ferguson, Missouri.
We're not destroying anything. You guys are destroying the Constitution by telling me I can't be here.
Yeah.
I mean, you have some people that destroyed some property. And a lot of people are saying, well, why is destroying property is more important to you than destroying someone's life? But that's not gonna change.
You guys need to return home.
Missouri. This is an unlawful assembly.
They just told everyone to leave Ferguson, Missouri.
Ferguson. Anyone in Ferguson, Missouri is unlawfully assembled.
Oh, somebody just threw something there, I think.
Stop destroying property here in Ferguson, Missouri. You can leave on either side here, the far north side or the far south side.
Is Jakari shooting high quality right now? Awesome.
But of course,
when y'all get back tonight, y'all should put up the footage of Jakari's confrontation with these guys get around him and trying to intimidate him.
Yeah, and then them telling me that hey, that's that guy, let's get him.
Yeah. And then they see that the destruction of the private property is what is getting this shut down. It's what's having the world turn against them and not support what they're doing there. It's the destruction of private property.
Your vehicles. This is an unlawful assembly.
Negative.
Anyone refusing to leave, you will be subject to arrest.
Anyone refusing to go along with the Constitution and deny our First Amendment rights will be arrested.
Well, we want them to be subject to arrest. They investigate themselves. And
Joe, when you talked to those journalists, where was it from? Holland? Did they tell you what was their take on this whole thing?
To say that again, you were coming in broken up.
When you were talking to those journalists from another country, was it Holland that they were from, Netherlands? Yes. What was their take on this situation?
They were just kind of like, is this something normal? The guy said, is this something that normally happens? I was like, not to my knowledge. I mean, I've only seen it, here.
Yeah.
I'm still pretty young, so I wasn't around for a lot of the riots like McBreen was.
Mm-hmm. I was there too. I wasn't there, but I saw them. Yeah. Happen to know of them.
What's the one?
Because you guys mentioned last.
The 1898 Wilmington race riot.
All you can see is a flickering of light on top of their shiny shields of justice as they march towards.
You know what? I think the reason why we haven't seen much of the
Edgar Allan Poe really missed out on an opportunity. He could have written a lot of good poems and stuff right here.
The sadness.
Hey, maybe we're not seeing the National Guard because they're not armed and equipped like the militarized police.
Yeah. They're like, we can do this. We can handle this. I mean, so far they're not being as aggressive as the world was expecting them to be. I mean, they threw bricks, destroyed a police car, and
will be subject to arrest.
I've seen them throw 1, 2 canisters, so.
The night is young.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to keep getting worse, probably. Confrontational.
Well, you're now being forced to move down the road further. Yep.
I think on both sides, it's people are trying to stay calm.
Let's go, media. We all gonna get locked up. Y'all know an officer, a lot of media people got locked up last time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What did you just say?
A lot of the media got locked up last time.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta get a picture. This is pretty epic.
Tell us what you're seeing there.
And also, while people are terrorizing them,
oh wow, look at that.
Wow.
Well.
But they need to be home with their families.
Yeah, it's.
Well, one of these guys shot me last
does
time.
the whistle stop on fire mean anything to you? Where's the whistle stop?
Well, they didn't mean to use it.
Yeah, it happens. I'm not complaining.
We asked you guys, we asked everyone to be nice to all the officers. They're here to protect us, not to harass us. Now, you have people that come all across the world to try to cause damages and to turn our city and to mess with our officers. We, city of St. Louis and also Ferguson is going to do all
Give him the
they
mic.
can to protect our city and to protect our officers. So
Yeah, get closer. Get closer, Joe.
also, they're protecting us.
Right.
And they're also protecting the riders. They are doing damages to the city. So they're now here. All this is not here for show. It's all here to protect us. Yeah. No more media.
More media. Hey, Joe, do you know where the whistle stop is? They saying from Ferguson police scanner that it's on fire right now. Is that near you guys?
What is?
The whistle stop? The whistle stop?
The whistle stop?
Yeah. Does that sound
I don't know
familiar?
what that is. No, I never heard that.
All right, we'll look it up and see if we can find it.
Maybe they set a whistleblower on fire. I don't know.
Oh, you want to walk down this way again?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's that lovely smoke making all.
It's at Florissant and Carson.
I'm not sure.
We're going to pull it up on a map.
South or west?
Hold on 1 second.
Why are these things going?
It's South Florissant. South Florissant and Carson.
Why did you bring me over here, Jakari? It's way worse. It's like a pocket of tyranny smoke.
Tyranny gas.
Can't,
What's up, dudes?
Bringing tear gas, huh?
So we're bringing up on a map of where the whistle stop is. It's a frozen custard place, and it's on Carson and South Florissant.
What's going on there?
They're saying it's on fire right now.
See, that's what's happening here. The residents of Ferguson do not want their businesses to be burnt down and looted and vandalized again. That's what the person was yelling about, is that all these people are coming in from other places and burning down their town.
Yeah.
And that's why these police are there, protecting them. That's what this person was saying, that they're even protecting the protesters, and they're there to protect those private businesses. And, you know, here we're talking about how lives are being destroyed. People are being put out of business because they're going to have to wait for insurance or wait to rebuild. And God willing, they have some funds to help feed their families. So I'm kind of, you know, torn right here. Whoa. Oh, that person must have seen the get out of there fast.
I can't say anything. It's foggy.
Wow.
Is the gas still bad?
Where's this gas coming from?
I don't know. Trying to find a canister.
City Hall. City Hall.
Oh, no, we've already been over there. You can't get close right now. You can't even get past the corner of this building. They're going to shoot you. No, they got the shotguns out and stuff. They're ready.
They'll shoot you on accident.
Yeah, they'll
He shot you on accident.
That guy was like, yeah, I'm filming you. Everybody's worried they're going to get shot. I did. Man. You got shot on accident.
Even if they did shoot him on accident, you're fine. You're okay. You okay? Yeah.
Everybody out here is bumping into each other because anyone who's got a gas mask on can't see anything. It just looks like a bunch of zombies like walking into walls.
So are you in an area now where the police are not harassing you, telling you need to get out? And is this a...
It's a shot of City Hall right here. The glass has been broken.
Okay.
Yeah, he got down there.
Yeah, neighbors plead. This is a residential neighborhood. And that's it. I mean, obviously those people, they know their neighbors. So that's what they're saying. This is not the residents of Ferguson for the majority.
That's reality TV.
Yeah, so far it's everything's remaining very cool, calm, and collective thus far, other than the large pockets of tear gas that keep floating up and down the road somehow.
So where are you in relation to the police now, Joe? I don't see or hear the police right now.
Do you see them?
Oh, okay, there they are. Okay, but they're not harassing you, telling you got to get out of town, right?
No, the Officer Grumpy, he's already walked off.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
He's down there fee-fi-fo-fumming somewhere else on somebody else's head with that baton. But just to my immediate right down here, that's where the City Hall is. That was the road. And this is there's more vehicles. I don't know if they're trying to get out of the area. They're driving by now. With no luck at all, they're not going to drive into the parking lot, and eventually someone's going to cause a wreck because they're all just turning at the same time.
Yeah, that's a little bottleneck there.
So they can't go any farther. They've got to turn around.
Guys, this is from earlier tonight with that car. We're about to watch it firebombed again.
Yeah, we're going to play
they cut to it. Oh,
can you guys send me a feed to my high-speed contacts with the HD screen?
Looks like everything's scattered. The groups went in different directions, and
yeah, that's what it seems like. Hey, you wanna stay here, Jakar? You wanna walk down further? Like I said, this is a part of the neighborhood that is was for the most part left unharmed, as far as no buildings burnt down, anything like that. There were quite a few businesses right here that had some of the windows busted out. Just up the road to where there's a red light up here, a little bit further down, maybe about a half a mile, there was like an auto zone that was burnt down to the ground, but nothing in this little area where we've been. If you keep going down this road where I'm at right now, I'm the point, that's where the fire department police station is. So all they've suffered really there is broken glass and things like that.
You know, it'd be interesting to see who owns which buildings that have been destroyed and if we see a pattern, because obviously it looks like it's somewhat calculated of what buildings are being targeted and destroyed. So I wonder if it's
see if we run into the same.
Not necessarily the business owners. I'm not casting anything on the business owners, but the owners of the buildings that most likely these people are leasing an area where they're doing their business.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be interesting to see if those property owners
because they're not all
line up.
They're not all contiguous geographically there.
Right.
There's one here, and then there's another one somewhere
in
over there.
pockets.
Yeah, exactly.
So is it random?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they're being called to another location.
And so this is what the residents of Ferguson were saying last night. Where were the police? Where were they protecting our property? And here they are. And
it looks like they're all being called to another location now. I don't know if anybody,
so
you guys
a lot
have
of police officers at a Walgreens right now.
Here we go. Here's the Humvees now. They are all going somewhere. There must be something hellacious going on up the road because they've mobilized.
About a Walgreens.
Walgreens or something. You guys hear anything on the police scanner at all?
We got it on the overhead. Go to that shot.
Everybody, look at all this. All these military.
Yeah, there's something going on in a Walgreens that doesn't look like they've entered. Keep it on that shot.
Do you think we should walk up that way? Or do you think
how far is the Walgreens from your location?
I think the Walgreens.
Looks like they're about to all storm it.
Remember where the red light is? Yeah, where that Aaron's is? The Aaron's is on the other side. The Walgreens on our side at that intersection.
I don't know.
yeah, but it doesn't seem like there's anyone in there. They're not just walking in through a broken doorway. So.
Mickey and Mallory.
I'm just going up there all the stuff. Yeah, you're good up there. Okay, all right, man. Be careful. Thank you very much.
Maybe they got some false intel.
Yeah,
looks like they're about to enter and then stop.
We're trying to listen.
Looks like the building's intact, though. I mean, it doesn't look like Leanne said, doesn't look like they have broken glass. Doesn't look like it's on fire. It's curious that they've got so many people there.
We're going to follow the action right now. Apparently, we're going to go to Walgreens.
I mean, they could just be making calls and saying anything is.
Yeah, the helicopter's coming back. I can hear it now.
I don't know. I think that was some bad intel.
No, they're all going there. We can hear it on the police radios when we're close to them.
But we can't tell why. There's no, I mean, the police cars are all surrounding the building. Some of them are backing out now, but.
Well, they must be going to another area in that direction. I know.
There are no protesters there.
Well, there's nobody here, period, now. It's a ghost town.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody looting the Walgreens. There's no protesters around anywhere here, so I don't know.
Yeah, we're looking at an aerial feed, and they are all converged on that one store, and there's other store on the corner. Looks like it's lit up well enough.
Yeah, I mean, there are
Stores
no
would not be open
marching
this time.
protesters
It's late
anywhere
anyway.
around here. So maybe they followed the pack of people that vandalized that police car in the first place and then ran off and then left the protesters there to take the heat.
You could have had somebody break in, just like a lone robber, set off an alarm or something, could have caused them all to run down there. It doesn't look like it was a crowd.
I'm putting my camera down for a second so we can get to our vehicle without giving away a position. And then
they're surrounding that building.
All right, we're looking at the aerial feed right now, Joe, see if we can figure out what's going on.
Are they around that Walgreens?
Yeah, there's a massive police presence surrounding that building. Like I said, it doesn't look like the building's been broached by it. There's not a large crowd there.
Is there an Aaron store beside it? It's with some blue letters. If there's an Aaron store beside that, then I know the exact location of that Walgreens.
Well, right now the camera is focused just on the Walgreens, so we can't really see.
Yeah, we just got an aerial feed. That whole place is lit up like a Christmas tree all through the parking lot, and everybody surrounded it. I would guess, based on, I mean, we've only looking at this aerial feed, but...
We're looking at a map, it said there's a shop and save next to this Walgreens.
Did you hear that, Joe?
Yeah, okay, I'll have to look it up.
But it's not far from where you were because the MRAPs got there pretty quick.
If it's not far, then there's only one right up the street, and I know where it is. Yeah. That's right across the road is where the AutoZone was. It got burnt down last night.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not on fire. The shots we saw, it didn't look like it had been breached.
Maybe they caught somebody who went inside and tried to start a fire from the inside. Yeah. Like I said yesterday, the fires I saw, they had been started from the center of the buildings.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody broke into it, set off an alarm, and then everybody just ran down there to see what was going on. Because they were up at the front door, and then they didn't go in, which would indicate to me that they hadn't broken a door.
Joe, there's a sign across the road, like the Season's greeting sign, but it says Northern Lights. That's where it's also near that.
Okay.
So, kind of, I guess while we're waiting to get to you, if people are watching this out on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. And it's easy. We put out a ton of videos every day. We break up the Alex Jones show, put it on. We put special reports on. We try to get 2 or 3 out a day on varying topics. It's not just political. Some of it's entertainment. Some of it's health. Got a lot of information out there. We also, on the website, let me bring up the, let's see, I'll bring up the, there's the Alex Jones. Okay, well, we're on the website now. If you scroll down there, we have a newsletter you can sign up for, and we're going to have some really good deals this week on some deals you're never going to see again on some of our health products.
We heard your call that
people
you wanted
are asking
some good deals for the true InfoWarriors.
InfoWars Life products are very popular. And I take the iodine and every once in a while the Super Male Vitality if I'm going to go work out, which I don't do that much. And the silver, I actually mix the silver bullet with the colloidal silver I make. I make it about 10 parts per million. Then I'll add the 30 parts per million in there for a little kick. And last night I did some Secret 12, and I was up till 2 a.m. wide awake.
Yeah, I took some of that earlier today.
It definitely boosts your energy level. And
okay, we're driving by the police officers now that were blocking the road. We're now passing.
We now return to your regularly scheduled program.
We're passing the city hall.
Oh, losing you, Biggs.
Yeah, we're losing your audio feed there.
Mm.
There we go.
Well,
we've
really
lost our aerial feed there, too. Yeah, we're back to the aerial feed.
We're driving northbound on South Florissant. I just passed the Northern Light sign. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hear you now.
Yeah.
You guys
we can hear you. It's getting better.
Just came in. Yep, just got your audio.
This parking lot up here looks like a funeral home. That's not a good spot I'd like to be at, but okay. Okay. We just parked, and we're getting out, and we're going to head back out now. You said there's a large presence out here so far.
Yeah, but I feel like these people just came to see what was going on, to see why all the vehicles started to come this way. They weren't even here a minute ago.
There's officers out now. Hold on, I'm putting my gloves on. I'm about to bring a feed up for you guys. Jakari is already aimed. Oh, never mind. He didn't have the deck on. Probably went out.
Hey, Joe, just to confirm that Walgreens is on the intersection of Airport and another cross street.
Okay.
Is that where you guys are?
Here's my feed. Yeah. I mean, look at all the... I'm at the Walgreens now.
Okay. Does it look like the building is intact? Are they all just surrounding the building?
I don't see anything now that could possibly suggest any kind of activity inside this building. Maybe the chopper spotted something. Right now it looks like
When we first went to the feed, they were all up at the front door, and they were kind of looking in it, but they didn't go in. So obviously the front door was not breached. It wasn't, you know, it was still locked and everything. So I'm guessing with them surrounding it, it's probably some kind of an alarm went off.
That's what I think as well, and that they all went there, and then now all these protesters are there.
Right now, they're all the cop cars are now speeding back by, going in the opposite direction again.
Right.
This is going to be a interesting game.
That's what it's like false alarm. They're playing shell game. We're going to go here, then we're going to go there, and then here, and there's no organization, and that's going to create chaos on its own.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty easy to get a false alarm in a store's alarm system. There's so many different things that can move.
Yeah.
So,
and, you know, the cops aren't able to corral the crowd the way they would like to control them. They're kind of just going all over the place now. So that's obviously throwing a wrench in the plans.
Looks like they're all loading back up in the vehicles. I don't know where they're going to go. Yeah, it must have just been a false alarm or something.
Yeah.
But everyone mobilized and came up here quick.
Yeah, well, that's, you know.
Their reaction times today were a lot better. And you got to think where we're at right now.
You have to protect the corporate flu shot depot.
That's right, flu shot depot. They had to make sure nobody was breaking in there to get their flu shots.
Yeah, they don't want anybody going in and destroying the flu shots. They want to make sure those flu shots go in someone's healthy shoulder so they can make them sick.
Yeah.
Get your flu shot.
That's someone.
Are you channeling Krakow the clown?
Prozac the clown.
The killer clown.
Finally, there's some clear air up on this hill.
I just wonder how long the protests will go on. I mean, they've been protesting every day for 3 months, you know.
I don't think it's going to stop for a while.
So far, it's been pretty well contained to just a few streets within that area, hasn't it? It hasn't spread out to any other areas in St. Louis, right?
Well, earlier today, I saw some pictures. There was some standoff with protesters and riot police outside of the Rams Stadium, the St. Louis Rams Stadium, and then also on a off-ramp coming off of a main highway onto a smaller road near the stadium as well. And I saw a quick Vine video where the riot police had blocked off that ramp, that off-ramp, and they were marching down curve to the left, and then the protesters were being backed up. Sounds like someone's got a flat tire right there, yep. But yeah, I mean, there's been demonstrations all over. A buddy of mine, I have a lot of family at Clemson University in South Carolina, and a good friend of mine sent me a picture, and people were protesting today for Mike Brown and, you know, raising awareness for, you know, what a lot of people are doing now nationwide. They were out there at a huge park area right down the downtown area where all the bars are. It's called Tillman Hall, and they were out in that parking or in that grassy area with signs up in the air with their hands up, chanting, doing the same chants we hear here. So it's definitely it's spreading throughout the nation, everywhere. I mean, if you guys got any word, are there any more protests going on in New York or LA or anything like that as well tonight?
Well, right now it looks like another crowd is massed out at the police station again. Bring that shot back up. Nobody needs to see me. Oh, there it goes. It's coming in and out. So that's the chopper feed is going in and out. And yeah, people are, it looks like they're getting amped up. I see people.
To answer your question, Joe, yeah, that we had reports from California as well as from New York. They were doing it again in New York today, and we had a feed come in from Dan Badandi showing that people were doing a protest in Rhode Island.
But those were protests, not riots.
That's right. They were doing protests, yeah. And that's the thing. They are protests. That's a big difference.
Have there been any riots in any other areas, or has it just been mainly focused here in the Ferguson area?
I mean, really, the worst people have been doing is stopping traffic, which to me is, I think, a form of civil disobedience.
Yes.
That's what you have to go out and do to sometimes get your point across is block the steady flow of whatever's going on.
Yeah. Sorry, we're making you miss Dancing with the Stars.
Well, and, you know, it's an interesting thing. You have these people. Yesterday, somebody carried a sign across right after they read the indictment, and it said boycott everything.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I remember
you
seeing
know, people are talking about having boycotts during Black Friday, this upcoming kickoff to the Christmas and holiday shopping season. You're going to have
consumerism.
But we'll see if that really happens. We'll see if that. It looks like the cops are moving into the crowd on that overhead shot.
We're heading back over that way right now.
And of course, one protester threw fake blood on the police commissioner in New York because of the man, Mr. Gurley, who was shot in the fatally shot in a stairwell at a project building there in New York.
Yeah, that was just so wrong on so many levels.
See, that's it. I wish they would make. I wish they would do it in the name of Gurley, in the name of John Crawford, the man who was shot in that Walmart just outside of Dayton, when he had a BB gun that he was going to buy there from Walmart in one hand and a phone in the other, talking to his wife, and you can see that he was shot down without any warning. Why don't they make an issue of those? I mean, that's the thing that really concerns me.
Right, something that
especially in that, yes, especially in that condition, because they let the officer off. They failed to return an indictment there in Dayton about that Walmart shooting, saying that the officer came in expecting that he was coming into an active shooter situation because of the 911 call. The 911 call did not say it was an active shooter. They said a guy was waving a gun around. But nevertheless, if that's going to be the alibi for the police officer, then you need to come after the man who made the 911 call that was false. He continued with that narrative, talking to the media, until he was confronted with the surveillance cameras in Walmart, at which point he changed his story because he had been lying. If you cry fire in a crowded theater and there is no fire, that's a crime. So if they don't go after the police officer and they don't go after the man who made the 911 call that says alibi, what's going on? I don't understand. Why doesn't somebody do something?
They're not letting us get back down here. Oh, here we have some National Guard now on the side of the road. It looks like if you go to my feet while I'm driving, they have blocked this whole area. There's a large, wow, a bunch of Army still National Guards. So I know someone's going to say something. I got to find an area to go park. I can't go there. Yeah, they blocked off the, they've actually finally blocked off the area, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back out there again. I guess we're going to have to find an area to park and then walk quite a distance.
I want to talk about this article we had up on Infowars.com. The title of it was Ferguson Race Baiting for Political Power and Profit. And if you go to that article and you look at it, I mean, it really just breaks it down exactly what is happening here, regardless of how you feel about Mike Brown or Darren Wilson, or, you know, what would you have done if you were the cop and this was going on? I mean, it's step 1 through 16 of what is happening here. The blacks in Ferguson have a very real concern about policing in their community. Takes you through all the steps of what's happening here. You got your typical race hustlers moving in because this is the perfect thing for them to latch onto, because the specifics of the case can divide people. Once they sort of leak out that Mike Brown isn't 100% innocent, well, then they're going to have people start fighting amongst themselves. Whereas if he were 100% innocent, anybody, regardless of color, could have said, this is wrong. Let's all protest this. Let's fight against this. You know, and then just going on to just basically explaining it, spelling it out. And this, I would love everyone who's divided on this, who's arguing back and forth on Twitter and leaving all the comments in the articles and just fighting amongst each other. Just read this article. Look at this article. It's called Ferguson Race Baiting for Political Power and Profit. And it spells it out for you. And here we've got this one, you know, troll out there who's trolling Jakari and Joe Biggs out there tonight saying, bring Alex out here. I mean, who does he think is out there on his side? Al Sharpton, the notorious race-baiting, race hustler, FBI informant? I mean, is that who he thinks is out there on his side?
Come behind the mob.
Yeah, he's not going to get any help from them.
No, it's
really
more trouble.
Yeah, it's really a shame. And, you know, going back again to this Walmart shooting, because that is a clear-cut case The grand jury failed to indict the officer, and that happened in the middle of this long, drawn-out narrative, and it was completely ignored by the press, the mainstream media. It was completely ignored by Eric Holder and these guys. I mean, they are going to say that they're going to have a federal investigation of that that finding, but still, it was ignored.
Yeah, there's so many
go
stories
ahead, Rob,
that are being
you had
ignored.
Yeah, David, we've got John Bound did a report concerning what was going on with these reparations, with the Democratic Party wanting to pay reparations back. And what was interesting is that the riot was originally caused by the Democratic Party back in 1898, as Paul
maybe the
points
Democrat
out.
Party should pay the reparations.
Right, exactly, since they want to do it now. And
what's their
so
white guilt?
Let's give Joe a chance to set up and see if anything else happens. We can play. We have this report. We have a report that we played part of it last night from Leanne, her Rick Ross report, which we're trying to get a trend going with the fake Rick Ross to kind of step out into the shadows and kind of make amends for what he's been promoting.
Right.
The gangster thug life. But anyway, let's go to those. We'll take a break. We're going to go like 12 minutes or so. If stuff kicks back up, we'll come back on. We'll come back regardless anyway and close out the show if nothing else is going on tonight. But we've been going about 4 hours now. So if you're not a member of PrisonPlanet.tv, this is the time to do it. You can become a member and you can share your username and password with up to 20 people. You can also visit the InfoWars store. It's a great way to support what we're doing here at the InfoWar, and we do appreciate everybody's support throughout this. We've had a good 6,000 people watching the live feed per hour, which is pretty good. There hasn't been it's certainly not as chaotic as was going on last night, which I think is a good thing. I actually predicted it would be worse, but it's not looking too bad. There's a few arrests going on. We're showing one right now. But let's go to these reports, and then we'll come back and kind of wrap it up and see where the rest of the night takes us. You guys agree with that?
Sounds good.
All right.
Certainly.
So here we go.
I want to warn you, what you're about to hear may actually break your conditioning. And it may make a lot of you out there incredibly angry. It's understood. As the powder keg in Ferguson convulses with racist anarchy, let's take a deep breath and look into our hidden American history. And with these revelations, unchain ourselves from the mind control manipulating the way we see ourselves and each other.
Democrats in North Carolina are calling for the descendants of the 1898 Wilmington insurrection to be compensated, charging that the white-owned businesses in the area profited from the attack.
I think it's a disservice to the descendants of the victims of the 1898 to have these monuments put up, have these programs every year, and not provide compensation.
Ironically, history reveals that the Ku Klux Klan, founded roughly 30 years after the Democratic Party, served as the terrorist arm of the Democratic Party. The Democrats are essentially suing their own party and their own history. If that turn of events isn't strange enough, as a result of our weak understanding of our own history, take into account the call for reparations that has been a source of angst for African-descended Americans and a source of guilt for European-descended Americans since the U.S. Senate passed the 13th Amendment on April 8, 1864. Michigan Representative John Conyers Jr. has reintroduced Bill H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, since 1989. This bill calls for the study of slavery and its impact on African Americans. If this bill were actually passed, they would soon discover the revelation that during the 17th century until the 19th century, hundreds of thousands of human cargo of men, women, and children were transported on British ships destined for the Americas. These people were subjected to horrific cruelty, some burned alive or beheaded to serve as examples. From 1641 to 1652, the British killed 500,000 of them, while selling 300,000 of them into slavery. In the 1650s, more than 100,000 children between the ages of 10 to 14 were ripped from their parents and sold as slaves into the West Indies, Virginia, and Barbados. On one occasion, 1,302 slaves were dumped overboard into the Atlantic Ocean so that the ship's company would have enough food to eat. Once reaching the New World, they were manacled, beaten, and whipped on a regular basis. But these slaves weren't from Africa. These forgotten souls were from Ireland. In the wake of Oliver Cromwell's vicious occupation of Ireland that decimated the Irish population from 1.5 million to 600,000, nearly 1 million Irish natives and their descendants existed as slaves. Irish slaves were cheap at 5 sterling, while African slaves were regarded as expensive at 50 sterling. Killing an Irish slave was of little concern compared to killing an expensive African slave. The interbreeding of Irish slave women with African slave men became so common that legislation was passed to halt it because the slave trade was suffering due to the slave master's ability now to create his own slaves. U.S. history books promote the notion that the Irish were merely indentured servants. But recent research has uncovered the real conditions endured by the Irish-American ancestors of 11.9% of the U.S. population. Add that to the 14.1% of the U.S. population with African-American ancestors. At least a quarter of the U.S. population deserves reparations.
Or we could just let go of the illusion that we are a nation separated by race and realize we're a nation of mutts and immigrants. Focus our energy and address the current fact that 21 million adults and children are bought and sold worldwide and thrown into commercial sexual servitude, forced and bonded labor. John Bound for Infowars.com.
Self-proclaimed hood billionaire Rick Ross dropped his 7th studio album today.
I'm your neighborhood drug dealer. It's your neighborhood drug dealer.
Now, the Rick Ross of 2014 is a little bit more known for his recent weight loss and fondness for pears, yet he still feels that he's got to keep up this image of being the friendly neighborhood drug dealer. Now, why is this? Does he really think that his fans won't appreciate an album about the miracles of a good juice cleanse?
I eat pears now and shit like that. Shout out to all the pear.
Of course not. And that is the hip-hop psyop. How else will the establishment prime the youth for a life that leads to prison without selling them on the gangster lifestyle? The rapper Rick Ross is nothing but a soldier for the New World Order. He is priming the youth for a life in prison, and he's laughing all the way to the bank. Here is what the real Rick Ross has to say to this name-jacking rapper.
To William Roberts, a.k.a. Rick Ross, who's using my name, I'm inviting you in to come with me. Let's fight this culture. Let's fight this penitentiary culture that hip-hop's been spreading. Let's make a difference. But so many of our friends who look up to you and look up to me are out on the streets thinking that they can go out and sell drugs and parlay that into a record career. I don't know if you know that they're not gonna make it, but I know that they're gonna wind up in prison with prison sentences 3 and 4 times what they should be, because this war on drugs is no joke. And I think that that's a false message to be given people who feel hopeless.
And notice they don't indict the people that are fake and claim all that. No, they want them out there like a lanternfish has that light to get the little fish to swim over so they can eat them.
Have you ever thought to yourself, why is this person so popular? Their music sucks. Well, we all know that the music industry is a machine, a giant machine. 90% of what Americans read, watch, and listen to is controlled by just 6 media corporations. Those media companies own and control all of the channels through which an artist becomes popular. They own the networks, the radio stations, the award shows, the movie studios, the magazines, the cable channels. Without any regard to their actual talent, a person can be launched into superstardom overnight. And here's another shocking truth. The people who own all of the media are the same people who own all of the private prisons. The prison industrial complex is a booming industry, and just like any industry that needs a constant supply of raw materials to keep up with demand, prisons need prisoners. RapRehab.com has done some really great legwork exposing the facts about hip-hop and prison for profit. According to public analysis from Bloomberg, the largest holder in Corrections Corporation of America is Vanguard Group, Inc. Vanguard is the third largest holder in both Viacom and Time Warner. Vanguard is also the third largest holder in the GEO Group, whose correctional, detention, and community reentry services boast 101 facilities, approximately 73,000 beds, and 18,000 employees. Now, the #1 holder of both Viacom and Time Warner is a company called BlackRock. BlackRock is the second largest holder in Corrections Corporations of America, second only to Vanguard, and the 6th largest holder in the GEO Group.
Not so fast, Leanne. A reduction in crime would harm the bottom line. The prison industrial complex, of which I am a proud investor, depends on incarceration to make profits. We gotta keep all drugs illegal, make our prison sentences longer, and promote more gangster rap. And I will have more money in my bags.
So let me say that again. The people who own the media are also the same exact people who own the private prisons. Now, these people are using hip-hop to generate a constant stream of new inmates to keep business booming. These are the real hood billionaires. Now, prior to the 1980s, private prisons did not exist in the U.S., but thanks to the war on drugs as implemented by the Reagan administration, incarceration rates skyrocketed. The demand for more prison space resulted in privatization and the for-profit prison industry. In 2012, the biggest name in the private prison industry offered to buy up the prisons in 48 states. One curious stipulation: states would have to guarantee a sufficient inmate population to maintain a minimum 90% occupancy rate over the term of the contract. Oh, but how could states possibly guarantee a minimum 90% occupancy rate? Well, enforcing mandatory minimums was one great start, but then there's the Kids for Cash scandal, in which 2 judges in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, were receiving judicial kickbacks for sending youths convicted of minor crimes to a privatized, for-profit juvenile facility. So legislation that's favorable to the industry is one great way to keep incarceration rates up, but so is the glamorization of the gangster lifestyle. It's absolutely essential as a continued advertisement for imprisonment. Now, you see many artists with an empowering message just fall off, and you're actually brainwashed to believe that this music is somehow inferior because it's not thug life. The music that gets pushed is that which breaks down the community and guarantees a 90% prison occupancy rate. And that is not my opinion. That is a pipeline to prison fact. It is no coincidence that the very same people who are disproportionately incarcerated are being inundated on a daily basis with this message that jail is just an ordinary and even expected fact of life.
Yeah, it's very important that I redeem myself for the wrongs that I've done. And I feel that the way that I can redeem myself the best is by helping others not fall in the same footsteps that I fell in. Because I believe that it's a trap. It's a trap to catch you. Yeah. Just because you're doing bad and you're looking for a way to make an income, there's people that'll take your freedom forever and ever. Don't make the same mistake I made. Don't get caught up. It's time for us to wake up and face it. Get the truth, and you're done.
Welcome back to this live edition of the InfoWars Nightly News. Now going on to hour number 4. And things are starting to heat up in Ferguson, Missouri. I'm David Knight with Leanne McAdoo, and we have our reporters, Joe Higgs, and Jakari Jackson. It's been 4 hours, folks, and we're here live. And so we're going to go back to see what's happening. They're right outside the area there where they've been protesting close to the police department. Let's go back to Joe Biggs. Joe?
Right now, there's some of the more militarized-looking police officers. They are getting out of the back of the vehicle because they're trying to back up. No one's been listening to them, so they're now forced to get out of the vehicle, push the reporters and/or protesters out of the road so they're allowed to back their vehicle up. There's a standoff going on once again with the police officers. They have pushed their line up towards where the protesters are, and it's essentially just another standoff again right now. That's pretty much all we've been seeing tonight.
It seems like they've been given orders to show massive amounts of restraint.
Well, last night, if you guys were able to catch the press conference at around 2 a.m., they said they were treating this from now on like they would a festival or a football game in the town, where they stand back and they really don't bother the crowds too much. So that's the mentality that they're trying to go with now. Stand back and just almost let the people govern themselves in a sense.
Yeah. And you can see how things haven't escalated like they did initially when they were pointing guns at them and shooting them with rubber bullets. And
they're not shouting at you in terms of telling you to get into some kind of a free speech zone anymore, right? Not in this area.
No, they're just trying to make sure everyone is on the sidewalk right now because, like I said, I believe some of these vehicles, they're trying to back them up and move them into a different position right now.
See, and this guy here is just, you know, yelling at the guy. The guy's not even doing anything to him, and he's just cursing at him. So I don't know.
There's one police helicopter that's pretty low, and there's a lot of news helicopters. I'd say, well, not a lot, but 3 that are way up overhead. You can see the sparkles of the lights right there, way up high.
Mm-hmm.
So far, like I said, I mean, everything overall has been pretty peaceful in a sense. You know, they shot gas a little bit earlier when we were at the city hall, but you know, hey, there was a cop car on fire.
Right.
Yeah, I guess as far as we've seen that one incident. To recap things, we saw that police car that was set on fire and tipped, and then the police showed up and started telling people. They started shooting tear gas, right? Told everybody to clear out of the area. But other than that, we've just seen what apparently was a false alarm at a Walgreens. They all turned up, surrounded it, but nobody went in. It looked like the area was not breached.
Yeah. So that's interesting, treating it like a festival.
Yeah, I mean, those were exact words. I mean, they said that they were disappointed in how everything turned out. They said that they had a discussion around 30 minutes prior. They were in Clayton, and they were heading back into this. And I can't remember the police department chief's name, but I'll never forget Captain Johnson. And he said that those two were talking, and they said they really thought that everything was just going to turn out and, you know, be fine, no problems at all. And, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning press release, you could just tell that everyone was really disappointed in how everything turned out, and they just really wished that a lot of these outsiders wouldn't have come in and burned down their home.
Right. Because, I mean, even just some of the footage that you saw from last night, people were just casually smashing windows with the bat, just smashing a window. Oh, I missed a spot. Let me just get that window. And, I mean, that doesn't do anything. So that, I mean, that's not coming from Ferguson rage. That's someone that came in there to just vandalize a town that wasn't their own.
But, of course, they could use the cover of the announcement and the anger of people. They could use that because that announcement was made after dark.
Right.
I really do believe things would have been much, much different. They would have been more reluctant to get involved in looting, I think, in broad daylight than they would be after dark. I think it would have given them some time to do it. But I feel, going back even farther, I just feel like it was a terrible mistake to handle this grand jury investigation the way it was. They needed to vindicate the system, and they didn't do it. They just created more distrust.
Mm-hmm.
They've had 3 months to prepare for the situation.
Yes.
And then they're like, all right, well, let's release it at nighttime.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, and if it was a matter of getting the schools emptied and the businesses emptied, then give a 24-hour warning and cancel school, you know, and then wait until the morning, when it's daylight out, when there is no cover for you to go and loot and commit crime.
You know, in the Army, after something happens, you do what's called an after-action review. You know, you sit back, you discuss the things that went right, the things that went wrong, and you would think that the police force would have implemented some kind of rating system like that, so to say. But, you know, like
based on what had happened in August, for example.
This is what happened in August.
Yeah.
These are the mistakes we made. All right, this is what we need to do to correct them. Yes. They should have sat down and had meeting and implemented ways to better that. And instead, we still see some of the same mistakes being made. You know, this time they're allowing cops to drive, or the civilian vehicles to drive in areas where everyone's protesting, and clearly the road's going to be blocked off. So
that's why I don't really attribute it to necessarily just to incompetence and mistakes, because when they keep making the same mistakes, when they know that they had most of the rioting at night, they themselves enacted a nighttime curfew in response to what was going on in August. Yeah. So many things that they've done, I believe, were deliberately calculated.
Guys, it looks like the cops are about to go into the crowd. You can see where the spotlight's shining in, and then this group of officers, kind of like a battalion. It looks like they're about to push their way through. That's part of their tactics. And there you go. Now you can see it happening, and it looks like they're going to go after somebody.
There we go. We got an aerial feed here, Joe, where we can see the troop movements here.
And we got Jakari's feed had just come back up.
So someone's running. If with that aerial shot, you can see maybe they're just running to get away from an impending beatdown.
The lights.
You know, they haven't gone after the press, though, which is good. They are allowing the press to do their job.
Well, I really feel like they've been given the orders to not give the frenzied media what they want, or, you know, not get that narrative out there that this is a police state and we're going to abuse everyone, and they don't want to fulfill that. And it's kind of funny because on the other side, the protesters aren't fulfilling the looting, rioting. Both sides are standing down.
I did?
From what was expected of them tonight.
Hey, listen to this. They just these ladies right here just said that they snatched someone up and took him and threw him into the back of this truck a second ago. Just snatched the guy up out of nowhere and threw him in the back.
Huh.
And she said we can't even protest peacefully because the police are trying to disturb us. Yeah.
Does she have any idea he wasn't apparently doing anything as far as she knew?
Give her put the mic up there to her, Joe, so we can hear what she's saying.
Oh, they're done. They said they're done talking.
Okay.
She said that they were standing over here. Some people came out of the back of the truck and scooped up a guy. They're holding him in the back of this truck right now that I'm showing you.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that so far they haven't attacked the entire crowd. They seem to be picking out the, rabble-rousers.
Have a selective police state.
Right, exactly. Selective enforcement.
I mean, it takes some great restraint to be able to hold back when people are screaming and yelling at you in your face.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they should be trained for that. I mean, that's the whole thing. If they're going to be used in a situation like that, their training needs to include that.
Right.
And they need to be held to a higher standard in terms of not being so afraid to engage people. I mean, one of the things that we heard from Darren Wilson was, he was so big and I was so helpless. And it's like, they're the same height.
Right.
They're both the other guy outweighs them, but, it's...
Well, the biggest thing that I thought was pretty crazy from it, I haven't seen the interview. I just saw the headline that ABC, I believe it was, tweeted out with a picture of the sit-down interview. And the caption was, it says, Darren Wilson, if I had it all over to do again, I'd still make the same decision. And I'm sitting here thinking...
Really?
Well, I mean, that's going to create even more tension the day after. And then you know, you got to think, you guys, you're ABC, you've got people on the ground. That's going to make you a target, too, because your news company is the one who's sitting down with this guy that everyone here believes, you know, within their heart that this guy is guilty as all get out. And you're going to actually have someone out here on the ground.
Oh, and I got to jump in here. I want to say something. We've all been 18 years old, and we've all done stupid stuff when we're 18, and we learn from those mistakes. I mean, I'm 40 now, and I guarantee you I'm not doing the stuff now that I was doing when I was 18.
Exactly.
And maybe Michael Brown could have learned from this and become a better person if he could see what his death created, essentially. You know, he was given a second chance like It's a Wonderful Life, but it's not for him. I mean, he died.
Well, they said
But,
he's
you know,
going to be
people
a
are condemning an 18-year-old guy saying, well, he should be perfect. And, you know, honestly, yeah, he had some issues, but we all have issues. Nobody's perfect. So to sit there and condemn this guy, and for Officer Wilson to come out and say that, I mean, I think that's, I don't agree with that at all. I think, if I had the choice, I wouldn't have taken his life. Maybe there was something else that could have happened. He said he was in fear for his life, and maybe he really was. We'll never know, but I guarantee you there's plenty of older people walking around condemning that man who didn't act the way they're acting now when they were 18, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and that's what he was saying, is that he just did what he was trained to do. And it's all about the way they're being trained now.
Yeah.
And here, the way they're doing the crowd control with just treating them like they're at a fest. Let this be a lesson in how to police.
Yeah.
This looks like
Am I on here?
standing
I want
down.
to play devil's advocate for Darren Wilson, though, because here you got this kid that just robbed a liquor store, although he didn't know it at the time, but still, this is a big kid. He was 6'4", like
almost 300 pounds.
Mike Brown was almost 300 pounds. Hit hit Darren Wilson in the face. Tried to grab his firearm, his gun discharged, and he tried to chase him down, and reportedly this big kid turned around and started running back towards him. So, you know, that could have been pretty scary.
That's why I don't think that this ought to be, they ought to make a hero out of Michael Brown. There are many, many people who have been victims of excessive police violence, and this is not a clear-cut case, as Darren just pointed out. I think it's unfortunate that they didn't feed that full story out to people. They waited a very long time before they put that out. Darren, they let that narrative of hands up, don't shoot. He was shot in the back. He was unarmed. They left him to bleed out in the street. That was there for over a week easily before they started putting out a little bit of information here, a little bit of information there that would justify the officers' actions. Take a look at this story, for example, in July, and we could be here all night going down one story after the other. This is a story that doesn't involve a black man. This is a cop mistakes his own gun for a taser, shoots an unarmed man who's running away from him. This is a guy in Springfield, Missouri, Jason Shuck, who was the officer, and Eric Butts was his victim, diagnosed with mental illness, including schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. He was unarmed and fleeing when the officer shot him. The officer reached down, pulled out his gun, and thought, if you pull in and take a look at this with the aerial cam, you can see the person who was shot here. Yeah, I'm leaning over it, sorry. So he shoots this fellow here in the back. This guy has, he said, I reached for my taser. I didn't know. I thought I reached for my gun. I thought I had my taser. He told the victim on the scene, according to the probable cause report. But he pulled his gun. He shot him with the gun. And now this guy is permanently disabled. He didn't kill him, depending on where he shot him. But we've had other cases like that. We had another case in a subway where...
That's what happened to, the subway guy who was handcuffed. The cop said, oh, I thought I was pulling out my taser, and he shot him in the back.
Really? And see, that's the thing. That comes down to not having sufficient training. They're panicking in these confrontation situations because they don't have sufficient training. But they're also told that they're justified to use lethal force if they feel like they have any kind of a reason to fear for their life. And that's a very, very low standard of justification for lethal force. And so, of course, Darren Wilson is going to say, yeah, I'd do it again. And people see that in all these cases, and that is like really in their face. That's the problem. The system is stacked against them. The system is being stacked against us. We need to take control of the police instead of the police taking control of us. That's a fundamental problem, and we need to address that, but it's not being addressed.
Right.
We just lost Biggs. We still have Jakari's feed, but you know, we're getting 4.5 hours in right now.
Why don't we sign off for tonight, and people can follow this on the Ustream reports if they continue to stay there for a while longer.
So give them the Ustream addresses where they can go.
The Ustream address is, if you go to Ustream, go to Real Alex Jones on Ustream.tv. We also have an Alex Jones live feed, but it's going to be out on the Real Alex Jones feed. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, Joe's back up. Let's let him sign out.
Okay. Hey, Joe?
Yes, I'm back out here, like I said, right in front of the police station on South Florissant. You know, at this point in time, the way everything's been handled, I don't really foresee anything happening now based off the reaction of the National Guard being here. I mean, if you can see, there are so many soldiers here with M4s, shields. I mean, it would be stupid at this point for anybody on the other side and make an attempt to do anything out here today. I mean, there's...
Well, they've done a lot of stupid stuff before, so don't put it past them. But, yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens, I mean, there's other demonstrations back in Shaw where we're at the other day as well. So, you know, this is spread out pretty well right now across the St. Louis area. But it looks like a lot of people are starting to walk off. I think a lot of people are kind of getting tired and just had enough at this point.
All right, let's go ahead and sign off for the night. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow with the Alex Jones radio show at 11 Central, noon Eastern. We'll be back tomorrow night with the nightly news at 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to our channel. And also, we have Prison Planet TV, which normally is where we air our news, and that airs every weeknight at 7 Central. If you subscribe there with a paid subscription, that helps to support our operation, and you can share that with up to 20 friends and family so they can watch our live news well, it's not live every night, but we do have a news broadcast every night at 7 Central.
Well, I just got some information.
Okay, go ahead. We'll get that before we sign off.
There's a Walmart that's in a city called Maplewood or town, whatever you want to define the area as. Because if I don't say city or town right, everyone here gets mad. So the area is called Maplewood, and there's a Walmart, and apparently there is a swarm of people going around it, and I was just told that it's about 15, 20 minutes away. So I'm not sure whether or not Jakari and I have enough juice to do this, but if we are, we'll try to get out there and get you guys a little bit of footage.
Okay, so if you do something like that, that will be on the Real Alex Jones feed on Ustream.tv.
Follow YouTube reports. Alex Jones Live and Real Alex Jones. We have two Ustream.tv feeds.
Right. Everybody heard that?
Almost 500,000.
And, yeah, you guys can keep Ustreaming. Try to get at least one YouTube report up before y'all take off. I know you are coming back into Austin. So Jones said, come on back. He said, don't stay any longer, Biggs. I know you're anxious to get back.
Well, that's okay. I'm thankful for the fact that Joe and his family have offered to allow me to come over to their home for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And I get to see my little doggy finally.
Hey, and I'm thankful you guys didn't run into any big trouble tonight. Yeah. It got a little scary there for a bit, and
we'll let you know when we're back in the room. It's not over till we're there yet.
Exactly. Y'all be safe till you get back. You know, keep streaming as long as you can, as long as you feel comfortable. Because people are watching, people are anxious to see this. We still have over 4,000 viewers right now. Jakari's got 5,000 viewers on his Ustream.
Okay, people moving up West Florissant right now with Molotov cocktails, police moving in on Julian Avenue, protesters moving up on people's porches.
Is that a Twitter, or where are you getting this information?
Yes, exactly, from there.
Yeah.
One of my buddies here that is a streamer just came up and showed me.
Wow.
So that's where they're all heading.
Be safe, and you know, you guys did great work over 10 days of broadcasting, reporting. Even when there wasn't much to report, you guys are still out there asking questions, which is good. And I know the weather hasn't been friendly.
I'm surprised I don't have an actual mailing address here yet.
You do. We've been sending you stuff.
Yeah, it just takes about 2 weeks to get here.
All right. So if we sign out here in less than 30 seconds, we're at 4.5 hours, which is I think a new record for nightly news. Or did we do? How long did we do for the election? Did we do 6?
Yeah, we did 6.
That's
right.
Thank you guys.
Not thinking too well at this point.
Having us on. Thank you for following the coverage out here. I hope everyone back home and around the world, actually, because I have people from New Zealand, Australia, tweeting me and writing me messages saying they're watching the feed. So I just want to thank everyone out there who's stuck with us like this whole time, enjoying the reports. And, we're going to continue doing this as long as we can. So thank you, everybody, for the support back in Austin and all the fans all around the world. Thank you.
Great job, Joe. Thank you. Be safe. All right, well, that's it for tonight. And don't let them divide you into tribes. Let's get control of the police. Let's get control of our government. Make it work in our interest. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. with the Alex Jones Radio Show. Check our YouTube channel for any updates, as well as their live stream on Ustream. Real Alex Jones.
Celebrate the spirit of freedom and liberty upon which our nation was founded at InfoWarsShop.com. Molon Lave is ancient Greek for come and take it. This popular design combines both classic Greek Spartan imagery with modern M16 assault rifles. Now available in women's tees and proudly made in the USA. Celebrate the spirit of 1776 with the George Washington brass belt buckle or this incredibly sharp-looking 1776 hat. Badass. And be sure to check out the new arrivals at InfoWars Life, where you can prepare your body to perform at peak levels with Survival Shield, Nascent Iodine, Super Male Vitality, and Fluoride Shield. And wake up, America. Immune Support Blend is the healthy choice for the gourmet coffee lover. So get incredibly high-quality, freedom-based products and help fund the revolution at InfoWarsShop.com.
You are watching the InfoWars Nightly News, which airs 7 p.m. Central at InfoWarsNews.com. Members can share their passcodes with up to 11 other people, and your support is helping us defend liberty worldwide.